You between now and 12:30, so I'm going to get us going right at the stroke of 9 o'clock. Thanks for taking your seats, and welcome to the second day of Hot Issues in Health 2017. It is my pleasure, Chris, Lydia. Okay, I was like, oh my gosh, is she here? It is my pleasure to welcome Lydia Jumonville to the stage. She is SCL Health's recently appointed CEO, and she is going to kick things off this morning. Lydia.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be with all of you today on another beautiful Colorado day. I don't know how many of you were up this morning seeing the sunrise, but it was another gorgeous one that just makes me know I'm so blessed to be here and get to live and work in such a wonderful environment in a beautiful state. SCL Health is extremely proud to be sponsoring this year's Hot Issues in Healthcare Conference, and I'm really pleased to have the chance to welcome all of you this morning. I know you have been, and you will be today, hearing from experts who are really deeply involved in all areas of healthcare policy at the federal, state, and local levels. And they're really involved in making all of our healthcare policy decisions. It's a complex environment, to be sure, yet the shared interest that all of us have in ensuring that Coloradans in this state have access to excellent and affordable health care is important to all of us. Okay, so I'm not here to discuss policies in particular or regulations, although as a healthcare consumer myself and as a leader for a faith-based nonprofit healthcare organization, I am equally passionate about how to improve quality, access, affordability, and efficiency in the system. This morning, I want to give you a very brief overview of SCL Health and relay to you our commitment to partnering with all of you to advocate for effective health policy on behalf of all of those who we serve. You all received a copy of our annual report. It's at your place. It describes our business and our focus on community benefits, so it is there for your reference. In that, you'll see our mission statement, and I'm not going to read it, but I simply note it here because it is truly the foundation that guides all that we do at SCL Health. And now a little bit about our commitment to advocacy. I wanted to share our commitment statement to advocacy for advocating for health access and improvement, again, particularly for those who need it most in our state. We recognize how important healthcare policy is here in Colorado as well as nationally, and we greatly appreciate the time and effort our legislators, our industry peers, and other policy influencers invest to evaluate our progress and address gaps in this state so we can create policies and programs to benefit communities throughout the state. You all can count on SEL Health to invest with you and partner with you. And we want to provide information and perspective on any number of healthcare questions and issues. I know many of you have worked with Chris Woolsey. Where's Chris? Chris, thank you. She leads our government relations efforts, and so we appreciate all that Chris does to work with all of you. Now, a little bit about where we serve. Although our organization really has a deep history, really over nearly 160 years of operating in healthcare, I wanted to take a couple of minutes to give you a bit more detail about it. We're a faith-based, not-for-profit healthcare organization that traditionally operated hospitals. But like many hospital systems, we've now expanded to provide services across a broader spectrum of care, whether it be home health, telemedicine, or other outpatient services. This map shows you our regional footprint with some specific statistics around our size and the types of services that we offer. I'll call attention to just a couple of things. First of all, we have more than 16,000 employees, and actually 71% of those employees are located right here in Colorado. That makes SEL Health either the third or the fourth largest employer in the Denver metro area. I'm not sure how many people know that because we're really kind of new with our brand in this state. 75% of our total revenue is actually generated in this state. So partnering with others to improve health in Colorado is really important to us. Now this timeline here shows you a little bit about the milestones in some of our rich history here in Colorado. Many people are familiar with our founding congregation, the Sisters of Charity of Leavenworth. SEL Health was formed out of that ministry. That ministry actually began in Kansas, in Leavenworth, in 1858, and they began building hospitals across the West, back when really most of it was Indian territory at that time. They built hospitals, orphanages, and schools. In Denver, the sisters founded St. Joseph Hospital in 1864. And of course, as you know, it still exists today, and we recently just completed a brand new facility that's beautiful. I encourage you to visit it if you haven't been there. It is the city's oldest private hospital. And I think we still boast that more babies are born there at St. Joe than anywhere else in Colorado. St. Joseph now partners with National Jewish Health to provide integrated clinical heart and lung care. Now, some of you may recall in 2010 that Exempla Healthcare, which was a JOA made up of St. Joseph and Lutheran Medical Center in Wheat Ridge and Good Samaritan Hospital in Good Samaritan, really came together to become affiliate of SEL Health. Right after that, SEL Health moved their headquarters from Kansas to Denver. And our office and our headquarters right now are located in Broomfield. And we continue to make investments in Colorado, not just in the rebuild of St. Joe, but right now in the Western Slope, we're investing almost $50 million to expand and improve heart and vascular care for treatment in that region. And now this is my last slide. And this is likely the information that's most important to all of you. This talks about the resources that SEL Health invests in our communities to meet the unmet needs. Last year, we contributed a total of $257 million across our system to support specific programs to address personal and community health needs. That represents 10 cents of every dollar that we earn as a healthcare system. And 67% of that total was provided right here in Colorado to benefit our communities and the people of Colorado. This slide has a lot of detail on it about the dollars and how they're spent, but you can really find the personal stories, which, frankly, that's really the testament. Those are the interesting things about how we fulfill our mission as SEL Health. And those are outlined in your annual report, so I invite you to read those. So I just want to thank you for the opportunity to tell you a bit more about SEL Health and really appreciate CHI giving me a chance to do that with you this morning. I also want to thank each and every one of you for all you do to support health access and improvement in Colorado. The state would not be the beacon that it has become without all of you. So enjoy the rest of the conference. There are a lot of exciting speakers lined up, and enjoy the chance to network together. And again, thank you for having me today. It was a privilege.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much, Lydia, for opening up day 2 for us, and to the entire team at SEL Health, Chris, and all of your colleagues for your tremendous support of this conference. We are so, so grateful for your partnership. So Joe and I now have the privilege of presenting the Colorado Health Institute's annual legislative preview presentation. This year we're calling it Debating Policy, Wrestling with Political Identity. And the politics do feel really, really tied to the policy that we think we're going to see next session. My name's Allie Morgan. I'm the Associate Director for Legislative Services at the Colorado Health Institute. I've been with CHI for about 3.5 years now. In that time, I've been through 3 legislative sessions, and this is my 4th Hot Issues in Health conference. And after all the months of planning, it never gets less exciting to be here and see you all in your seats in person. So thank you so much for joining us.
And I'm Joe Hannell. I'm the Associate Director of Strategic Communications at CHI. This is also my 4th Hot Issues Conference. Prior to joining CHI, I was a newspaper reporter at the legislature. So I've been through enough legislative sessions now that they all kind of start to blur together. But I think Allie and I are going to talk over the next half hour a little bit more about why this session seems especially unpredictable to us.
And we're going to cover a lot of ground in the next 40 minutes or so. We don't anticipate, unfortunately, that we'll have time for questions at the end, but please come find Joe or me later at the conference today or connect with us after it's over. We would really love to hear your questions and your comments, but we want to make sure to leave plenty of time for our fantastic keynote speaker, Dr. Elizabeth Rosenthal. All right, so to keep you all awake this morning, if your coffee has not yet kicked in, we're going to do a couple phone-based polls later in our slides, but it helps us if you can set up your phones now so that we don't have to pause for too long. So take out your cell phones. I know you all have them with you. And send a text message to the number 22333 where you would normally put a name. And then in the body of the text message, write HIH17. Doesn't matter if the letters are capitalized or not. When you send that, you should get an auto response saying that you've joined our session. Give just a few seconds for everyone to do that. All right, thumbs up. Great. All right, so keep those phones handy, and we will come back to the polls a little bit later in our slides. Those instructions will be up again if you didn't have time to get that done now. So as you probably all know by now, CHI likes to provide key takeaways for all of our sessions, and here are 3 highlights from what we're going to cover today. First is that we are going to see a full slate of bills and budget discussions in the 2018 session that's going to include a major focus on a set of bipartisan opioid bills that are coming out of a legislative interim committee focused on that subject. Second is that election year politics are threatening to overshadow a lot of the substantive policy debate that we're probably going to see in 2018. Did politics just overshadow anyone's Thanksgiving dinner? Yeah, it's kind of a year for that, and so we don't think that that's going to go away. And third, the Colorado gubernatorial race and more broadly, struggles around party identity have a lot of uncertainty right now. Those are going to have major repercussions for Colorado, And so we look forward at the 2018 Hot Issues Conference to dissecting all of the election results and other things that happen in the next year.
Thank you, Allie. So we wanted to start with a quick story to kind of ground us in why we're all doing this and why we care about this. Over the summer, a Politico story caught our eye. That Washington publication had sent reporters out to Iowa, where they're having a lot of problems with their individual health insurance market. Few insurers, sky-high prices. And they were just talking to ordinary people out there, including this guy, a farmer named Nick. And he told the reporter that he'd had to move up his wedding by a whole year just because his fiance could not get health insurance on the individual market. So they got married so she could get insured through him. That's, and then he said something to the reporter that really stuck with us, and that's public policy, I guess, matters. What they do under those big dome buildings has real implications for people. And I love that quote. I read it, I've read it several times now the past few months, because when you watch the legislature professionally, an occupational hazard is you get hung up on who's winning and who's losing, and is this bill going to pass or is this bill going to fail, and what committee has the bill or what. And we'll be talking a lot about that. But really, those bills, the content of those bills, they do have real effects on real people. So it's always good to remind ourselves at the beginning why we're doing this and why we actually care. It's about more than politics. So let's start with a quick trip down memory lane, because it has been kind of a long year, especially if, like me, you're a child of the 80s. We lost a lot of icons we grew up with, like Princess Leia. Shortly after we met at Hot Issues 2016, Carrie Fisher died, followed a few days later by her mom, Debbie Reynolds. Robert Guillaume, TV's Benson. Anybody remember that one? All right. Yeah. Died this past year. So did Greg Allman of the Allman Brothers Band, and then, of course, Tom Petty of Tom Petty. Back on the policy realm, politics realm too. What were we talking about and processing at the last Hot Issues conference? Well, first of all, and most obviously, what to most people in the country was a very unexpected result in the presidential election, with Donald Trump beating out Hillary Clinton. Second, the Senate Republicans, pictured here in Colorado, retained their one-seat majority in that chamber, which guaranteed another 2 years of split partisan control of the Colorado legislature. The incoming Senate President, Kevin Grantham, he's arm wrestling there with Speaker Crisanta Duran. President Grantham had said the hospital provider fee, the big topic at the time, was a compromise on that was just off the table. And we now know in the closing days of the session, a compromise came back onto the table and was actually passed. And then we were wondering who was going to be running for governor, and all the speculation was centered on this guy as the front runner, Congressman Ed Perlmutter, who's no longer in the race. So things do change over the course of the year, and the predictions that we're going to be making here, they are, just a caveat, they are subject to change. We know they will. I'm going to turn it over to Allie now to start talking about some of the legislation that we know is coming. So here we go.
Thanks. All right, so let's turn a bit from the past and pivot to the future, and we'll talk about the policy that we're expecting next year in the form of bills. There's a fair amount of pessimism going on right now about government and politics, and most of you will remember the beloved 1970s Schoolhouse Rock. But the enthusiasm and those clear, catchy explanations of the legislative process seem to be a thing of the past to some people. But this is Colorado, and every year, even though we have the split control of the legislature and a very purple state in many ways, our policymakers still find a way, against all odds, to get some big things done. So at the top of that list of big things we might see happen is behavioral health. Behavioral health includes mental health and substance use treatment, and it seems to be a big-ticket health topic with significant bipartisan support going into the 2018 session. In fact, it seems to be one of the only big-ticket topics with that kind of support and momentum, And so in a session that might not have a ton of major legislative accomplishments, which Joe will talk more about later, that has the potential to really be a success story. If you have paid any attention to the headlines over the past months and years, you've seen a lot about the opioid epidemic that Colorado is experiencing. And you might be wondering if all of that focus in the media and from legislators is merited. And the short answer to that question is yes. If you attended policy analyst Teresa Minocchio's session yesterday, you saw a similar version of this graphic. I like it because it really makes the case for the use of the word epidemic in one slide. So what this shows is drug poisoning deaths, overdose deaths, from 1999 to 2016. And there are two takeaways here. The first is that the overall numbers of those overdose deaths have increased a lot. That's the total height of the bars in the green. But the second is that the share of opioids contributing to those deaths, which is the blue part of each bar, is also increasing substantially. So if you look at those first and last years on the chart, that really explains why we're focusing so much in Colorado on this topic. And the Colorado Health Institute has actually done a lot of work on this since the legislature wrapped up in May of last year. We have written blogs on our website that include predictions for what we're going to see in the legislative session, which we'll be watching really closely. We have led research into adding a residential treatment benefit through the Medicaid program. We have had conversations with stakeholders and experts around the state around the area of prevention for substance use, and we're in the process of writing a report on those conversations right now. And we also produced a report on medication-assisted treatment, or MAT, as a policy option. So we're expecting a lot of requests for presentations and information on this topic next year. Legislators in the audience, please let us know if you'd like us to come share information about this with your constituents, and we'd love to do that. All right. CHI wasn't the only group working on this since the legislature wrapped up. There was a bipartisan interim committee created by our state legislature. Several of the members of that committee are here today. We're really excited to have you in attendance. And that group had several really long meetings chaired by Representative Brittany Pettersen and Senator Kent Lambert. And they ultimately recommended 6 bills for introduction that we're going to see early next session. Those bills tackle a really diverse slate of issues, everything from recommending that we restrict the number of opioids that can be initially prescribed, the number of days worth, to recommending that we pilot a supervised drug injection facility in Colorado. We'll see hospitals as the topic of various bills this year as well. This includes a renewed attempt by Senator John Kafalas here today to regulate in some way freestanding emergency departments, which number in the 40s today in Colorado. This is an issue that's been attempted but failed the past 2 sessions, so we're interested to see if the next iteration of that bill fares any better. The issue of out-of-pocket spending and surprise medical bills is also rumored to be back after 2017 really didn't see much focus during the session on that. And then this issue of hospital data transparency is also going to be back. Last session, hospitals successfully opposed a bill that would have required greater public reporting of their data, especially their financials. And so hospitals have been doing some work on that issue since last session. They did recently publish the report you see up here on the right, which includes some of the data that were requested. And then there are other legislators like Representative Chris Kennedy, who's here with us today, who are working on that issue as well. And then there are unsolved issues from prior sessions, in addition to things like data transparency, that we think we're going to see. The Division of Insurance not long ago recommended against Colorado changing from its current setup of 9 insurance rating regions or geographic rating regions to 1. But 2 legislators are poised to make that request again. So Representative Millie Hamner and Representative Bob Rankin are from 2 different parties, but they sit together on the Joint Budget Committee, and they both represent Mountain and Northwest Colorado communities. And in an October hearing on next year's insurance rates, a very frustrated Representative Rankin said, we can't just increase everybody's rates and not come up with a solution. And these 2 legislators think that this may still be one of those solutions. The Division of Insurance also recently completed a study that was mandated by a 2017 bill to look at the potential impacts and feasibility of a state reinsurance program. Reinsurance is essentially insurance for insurance companies, and it protects them from these really high-cost claims. This seems really promising as a way to lower premiums across the board in Colorado, but the big questions here are how much would that cost, and how would Colorado pay for it? And so that's something that's going to be a big topic of conversation. There also have been a couple legislators in conversation since the end of last session to see if there's a way that we can move forward on some of the recommendations of the Colorado Commission on Affordable Healthcare, fondly known as the COST Commission. That group produced several reports over a period of a few years, wrapped up last year, and so those could be bills, those could be other proposals, but those conversations are still alive. And then there are a variety of insurance issues. I know I've already talked about insurance. I've said the word a lot because it's such a big issue in Colorado. It has been for a while, and it continues to be. If you are a Coloradan who buys your insurance on the private market, you have probably struggled a lot with rising costs, especially if you live outside of the Front Range. Does anybody here buy their insurance on the individual market? A handful? Are any of you willing to say or know how much your premium's increasing next year?
I'm Denise. I'm insured by Kaiser, and it's $776 a month is my new rate for $5,500 deductible, 30%.
Wow, so a $5,000 plus deductible. Yeah, thank you. And almost an $800 increase there. Unfortunately, this is not that uncommon, right? Many Coloradans on the western slope and the eastern plains are facing 30 or 40% or even higher increases in their insurance premiums. It's been that way for a couple of years, and this is really, really difficult for people. I did want to mention there will be some other proposals on insurance in addition to what I've already mentioned. For example, Senator Jim Smallwood, who's the chair of the Senate Health Committee, has said that he plans to run legislation tackling this topic. There also are county commissioners, including Dan Gibbs, who's here with us today, who are continuing to lead conversations in their communities about other local level solutions. And then the debate is not just about the private side of insurance. There continues to be these conversations and these concerns about the role of government in providing insurance to people and also the cost to the government of providing that insurance. There are legislators who've consistently voiced those concerns at the Capitol. We don't think that that's going to go away anytime soon. And then Colorado is in the midst of a really crucial open enrollment period for private insurance right now. Policymakers are wondering how signups will end up looking now that there has been, in many areas, less focus on advertising for those, and wondering if our state exchange, Connect for Health Colorado, is going to continue to prove to be sustainable in the long term. So there are critics of Connect for Health at the legislature, there are cheerleaders at the legislature. All of those people and groups like CHI will be watching really closely to see how those numbers are looking in terms of signups by the time it ends in mid-January. Okay, this is getting really heavy. I'd like to talk about the single hardest hitting issue in the state legislature, vanity license plates. Vanity license plates, yes. So last session saw the Pueblo chili plate emerge victorious in the annual battle to be the newest specialized license plate in the state. This included what local news media called a, quote, spicy battle with the state of New Mexico, which also approved a chili plate this year. So what's it going to be in 2018? Ponder that. All right. Let's see if this comes up. We tested this morning. There's always going to be a technical issue at a conference, right? I'm going to stall for a minute while Joe sees if he can figure this out. This is your opportunity to do a poll if the screen comes up. If not, we can just do a show of hands, and I'll do my best to figure out who is raising their hands for what. Oh, I saw it for a second. All right, so your issues, if you want to think about them, are A, the opioid epidemic, B, freestanding emergency, B, price transparency, C, freestanding emergency departments, D, insurance premiums, or E, license plates, or some other issue. And okay, and we can still get the results. Great, so the poll is up and running. It's just not displaying on the screen right now, even though we tested it last night and this morning. If you guys could take out your phones and text those numbers, we can still record this. If we can't get it to work, we'll tweet out the results. So again, it's A. Can I see them again to make sure I give the right numbers or letters? A for the opioid epidemic, B for healthcare price transparency, C for freestanding emergency departments, D for insurance premiums, or E for one of the other zillion issues that exist in healthcare, which includes specialty license plates. Oh, great. You probably do need the question. The question is, which is the single most important issue that you would like the legislature to address next session? If you could only pick one, which of those would it be? Oh, that's interesting. That's one of our later polls. All right, well, thank you all for trying our poll. Let's just do a show of hands. I think, yeah, normally it's set up differently, but thank you for trying. Okay, so let's just see show of hands. Who thinks that the opioid epidemic is the single most important issue? Okay, that's a pretty good group. What about price transparency in healthcare? Okay, that's a lot. Freestanding emergency departments? Smattering. Insurance premiums? Okay, I think that wins. And vanity license plates. All right, I see 2 or 3. Representative Singer loves vanity license plates. All right, thank you for bearing with us during our technical difficulties. We did try our best to plan for that. Okay, so lest we forget, there are things happening across the country, and it's probably a good idea for our local policymakers to keep an eye on what's happening in Washington, D.C. Not just because it's a good idea to be educated on important issues, but because they might have opportunities to react and to make decisions based on what happens across the country. You can see that Paul Ryan and Mitch McConnell are still in the news every day working on a variety of issues. The main issue of the day is tax reform. So both the House and the Senate have passed separate bills of their tax reform, or separate tax reform bills at this point. They now go to a conference committee where they hypothetically work out their differences and end up with one single bill to vote on. Tax reform might seem like it doesn't have that much to do with healthcare on the surface, but there are some really big aspects of healthcare that are included in one or both of these bills, things like the individual mandate to purchase insurance. So that is definitely worth watching and may have some big healthcare impacts. The battle continues to reauthorize and fund the Children's Health Insurance Program, or CHIP. CHIP funds about 75,000 kids and pregnant women in Colorado. It saw its funding lapse or fail to get reauthorized in late September. That was also the case for community health centers, which didn't see their funding reauthorized in September. CHIP has funding, according to the state, to keep going through the end of January, and then they say that they're out of money. Community health centers are facing fiscal cliffs as well. Those would also have coverage impacts, obviously, for people if they're not refunded. And so state policymakers could choose to do something like provide some temporary emergency funding to these kinds of programs if they don't get it. And then these talks about trying to avoid a budget shutdown continue, and those also have impacts on healthcare, but also can overshadow other important issues. Just yesterday, the House and the Senate voted to extend the current budget agreement for another 2 weeks, I believe, till like December 22nd, kicking the can down the road just a little bit further. So come back in 2 weeks to find out what happens. Well, don't come here, email us or something, or read the news. But that is going to just continue to be a big piece of that congressional discussion. Okay, and then before I turn it back over to Joe, I just wanted to take a few quick minutes to talk about the longest bill of all, which is the budget, known as the long bill. That could obviously be impacted by those conversations in DC, depending on what Colorado decides to do. So our state budget is made up of a lot of pieces, and it requires careful and deliberate planning to get those all to hold together every year. Might look a little precarious, and some years it has been. It comes together at the last minute. But going into 2018, our state budget is actually looking more stable than it has in quite some time. In September, which was the most recent revenue forecast, legislative economists predicted a surplus of more than $660 million going into the next fiscal year. That's a 6% surplus. Compare that with a year ago when we were facing a $500 million projected deficit in the budget. And so this is giving good news to our State Joint Budget Committee, giving them some wiggle room that they haven't had to work with in several years. The economists say that that growth comes from two main things. The first is an expanding state economy, so everyone knows that Colorado's economy is booming. If Amazon comes to town, that's gonna continue, so hold on to your real estate if you have it. Second is the passage of Senate Bill 267. This is that omnibus hospital provider fee compromise bill that we saw last year that freed up money under the Tabor cap and means that the state doesn't have to refund money to taxpayers if it collects more than a certain amount. So our takeaway from the governor's budget request, which came out last month, again, is that things seem to be stabilizing, and it looks like the Hickenlooper administration is going to be able to set up their successor and hand over a budget with more stability and more flexibility than we've seen in a while. I did just want to quickly talk about Senate Bill 267. Again, this is the hospital provider fee compromise, because Joe and I spent so much time talking about it at Hot Issues the past 2 years. Part of that compromise is that it did lower the Tabor cap by $200 million, but the amount and the size of the provider fee was big enough that by removing that from under the Tabor cap, we don't expect to see Tabor refunds for at least the near term. That means that hospitals no longer have to sit at the center of the state budget debate where they've been for the last couple of years. That is certainly a relief for many of the hospitals in Colorado, especially the rural ones. You may have heard that there was a special session called this fall to fix what Governor Hickenlooper referred to as a glitch in drafting of this bill involving marijuana tax dollars. That didn't end up going very well. Nothing got done. There was a lot of finger pointing. And so we do expect that there will be another try at a cleanup bill to work on those tax funds in 2018, but didn't do great things for setting up the tenor going into next session. And then finally, for all you fiscal nerds out there, I just wanted to give you a more detailed look at the state budget. I know that this is small text. Our slides will be posted if you want to look at it more closely. But you can see the state total funds on the left, the general fund on the right. The general fund you can see at about $11 billion makes up about a third of total funds. Total funds include federal money that Colorado gets. And so just a couple things to call your eyes to. That gray portion of the bar is healthcare policy and financing, HCPF, which administers our state Medicaid program. That continues to take up a big piece of the pie with more than 1/3 of the total funds and more than 1/4 of the general fund in Colorado. Education also takes up a huge piece of our state budget, especially K-12, which is in the red. If you look at the general fund, a big part of that budget is K-12. Higher ed in the orange continues to lag behind, especially if you look at how other states fund higher ed, but it's also poised to see an increase, a small one going into next year. And then the last thing I want to point out is that little green part of the bar on the upper right. That's the Department of Public Health and Environment, or CDPHE. A lot of state health programs are administered through CDPHE, everything from food safety to vaccines to environmental safety, and it is so small in the general fund that you can't actually see it in the bar. So just worth noting that there are lots of things going on there as well. So that's all I'm gonna say about that, because we're not expecting as much drama going into next year. Joe is gonna talk about something that will involve some drama.
Thank you, Ellie. And of course, that's politics. Now, normally when we talk about politics, what comes to mind is the Democrat-Republican clash for whoever's going to win the majority. That definitely is going on, but I think there's another parallel and just as important contest going on, and that's the contest within the parties to define who they are. We seem to be rearranging political coalitions in a way that we haven't in quite a while in this country. And so we'll talk a little bit about that as well, but we'll start with the obvious politics between the parties. This is yet another year of divided control of the legislature. As they say, odd-numbered years are for governing, and even-numbered years are for campaigning. If you're good at math, you know that 2018 is an even-numbered year, right? So that means you can probably expect to see a lot of focus on the coming campaigns, even if it's just more subtle behind-the-scenes focus. There will be a lot going on at the legislature that is aiming toward either those primaries in June or the election November, about 11 months from now. And it's even more heightened this year because of how hyper-politicized our whole country has really become. We see people marching in the streets like we just have not been used to in this country in a generation or more. Back in Colorado at the legislature, what that means is that the House and Senate are still at a standoff. They do not, you wouldn't see as many bills passed as you would if one party were in control of both houses. So lots of bills from the House will go on and die in the Senate, and vice versa. Lots of Republican bills from the House will go on and die in the House. There's a pattern, though, to how this happens. And we've really found what kind of a tell. It's become increasingly just obvious, the trajectory of bills over these past few years. Roadblocks for bills in the second House, well, it's not the health committees. There are 3 health committees in the legislature, and last year they passed the overwhelming majority of bills that they had. In fact, the Senate Health and Human Services Committee, I think, passed 98% of the bills that were on its calendar. So if you're tracking a bill, or if you're lobbying for a bill, maybe if you've written one, and it goes through the first House, and in the second House it gets assigned to a health committee, celebrate, because that bill has a pretty good chance of going on to become law. However, if it gets assigned to a state affairs committee in either House, if you've watched the legislature for more than a few weeks, you'll hear about the state affairs committees. They're called the kill committees. They are stacked with, they're populated with members who are loyal to party leadership, and so the Speaker of the House or the Senate President can assign bills there that they don't want to see come to the floor, and then the bills will go away. They will die. Last year, in the House State Affairs Committee killed 38 bills. That's a pretty impressive total for a committee. Senate State Affairs killed 63. That is half of all the bills killed in the Senate. So if you are watching a bill and it goes to State Affairs, that's time for the sad trombone noise, because there's not a great chance that that bill is going to become law. It's a signal that the leadership in that chamber doesn't want to see that bill. Even-numbered years also mean that it's the last year for a lot of legislative leadership. Speaker of the House Crescenta Duran and Senate President Kevin Grantham are both term-limited, and they will be packing their bags for whatever lies for them after the legislature. The 6-member Joint Budget Committee, 3 Republicans, 3 Democrats, 3 from each chamber, a lot of them will be gone too. Representative Millie Hamner, Senator Kent Lambert, Senator Kevin Lundberg, and Representative Dave Young are all departing. That will leave just Senator Dominic Moreno and Representative Bob Rankin as the institutional memory for this very difficult technical committee going into 2019. And meanwhile, in this coming session, you can expect there to be a lot of jockeying for these leadership positions for the 2019 session. And I also need to mention it's the last year, likely the last year, for some of the champions of this community, the health policy community. Senator Irene Aguilar is term limited, and Senator John Kafalis is likely leaving as he runs for Larimer County Commissioner. There will probably be some legislators involuntarily retiring as well after the election. We're going to focus on the Senate here, because the Senate is so closely divided, and one seat can determine control of the entire chamber. As we see it from our vantage point, December 2017, races to watch nearly a year from now, are Senate District 5, it's the big blue one. That's Senator Carrie Donovan. She'll be running for re-election as Democrat. Democrats have held that district for more than a decade, but it's always a close contest, and it's a hard-fought one. Moving on into Jefferson County, which is where most of the competitive races are centered, the large red district is Senator Tim Neville. His district centered on rural Jefferson County. And that district has bounced back and forth between the parties over the past decade or so. And we would expect it to be a competitive race again this year. In suburban Jeffco, there are two term-limited Democrats, Sherry John and Andy Kerr. There will be open seats. Jeffco has been trending blue in recent years, but an open seat's always an opportunity for the other party to come in and have a better chance than if they had to go against an incumbent. And finally, the little red dot in northeast metro area is Senator Beth Martinez-Humenek. She won election in 2014 and really kind of claimed turf in what had been a traditional Democratic Party, or Democratic Party county, Adams County. That you can expect that Democrats will try very hard to win that district back. So that's the kind of the universe of the very close elections that we think we'll see. A lot of it might depend, especially in the metro districts, on other dynamics, national dynamics. Traditionally, an off-year election when the president isn't on the ballot, those elections often are a referendum on the president. If that happens again this year and you get a lot of voters wanting to express their displeasure with the president, then it could be a tough year for Republicans down at the state legislative level. One thing we do know will draw turnout, though, is the governor's race. And it's more interesting this year than it has been in a long, long time in Colorado. We have way more candidates, a lot more money coming into the race, way more serious candidates who are raising money and waging solid campaigns than we've seen in a long, long time. On the Republican side, the guy who had been kind of presumed to be the front runner, Arapahoe County DA George Brockler, he got out when he said, when the field got so crowded. He said, any day now I expect John Elway, Todd Helton, Wonder Woman, and Santa Claus to jump in. If you're reading this, you have a 1 in 7 chance of running for governor. I'm going to review quickly the non-fictional candidates, the main ones that as we see it. In alphabetical order for the Democrats, they're businessman Noel Ginsburg, former state senator Mike Johnston, former state treasurer Kerry Kennedy, Lieutenant Governor Donna Lynn, and Congressman Jared Polis. All of these folks, except for Congressman Polis, will be with us later this morning for our panel, so definitely stay for that. On the Republican side, we have Attorney General Cynthia Kaufman, businessman and former legislator Victor Mitchell, businessman Doug Robinson, Treasurer Walker Stapleton, and former Congressman Tom Tancredo. The people on the top row will be with us for a Republican candidates forum later on this morning as well. Now, we're going to try another poll. We're not voting quite yet. Hopefully it'll work, we'll see. But just keep these names in mind because we want to test the collective political punditry wisdom of the hot issues crowd. And even if we have to do it the old-fashioned way by raising our hands, we'll do that right at the end of the presentation. All this matters because it's more than just political junkies watching a race. It could bring in a new direction for the governor's office. It's not will a Democrat win or will a Republican win. It's what kind of a Democrat, what kind of a Republican. Will it be somebody who's like on the left, a Bernie Sanders type of a Democrat? Will it be a more centrist Hillary Clinton type of a Democrat, or a more for Republicans, a more pragmatic, kind of get things done conservative governor like John Kasich in Ohio? Our current governor is close to both of the people in the middle, both personally and politically, I think. Or will Colorado Republicans kind of follow the White House and become more of a populist party? This could really signal a new direction in the Colorado governor's office, and that would set the tone for the state and the legislature all the way down. what's going on is both parties are struggling to define who they are. There's a contest to see what a Democrat is, or what a Colorado Democrat is, and what a Colorado Republican is. In an off-year election like this, Republicans would normally be at an advantage, and Democrats would be at a disadvantage because they don't have a national leader. That kind of opens up the ability for state Democrats here to maybe stake a claim to, this is how Western Democrats act, and this is the policies we support. But that contest is still open. For Republicans, normally, with control of the White House, you could just take direction from the top, and that's the party. But I think obviously the big question is, do Colorado Republicans want to be the party of Trump? And do national Republicans, for that matter? That's an open question. Colorado was a hotbed of the Never Trump movement, but we also saw, especially in rural Colorado, that the president improved his share of the vote compared with Mitt Romney in 2012. So there's a rural-urban split, not just between the parties, but inside the Republican Party too. And these issues are all getting shaken out right now. The primaries in June will maybe help determine some of the answers to this question: who am I? And so it really matters, though, because these contests get in the way of policymaking. Instead of having two parties negotiating with each other, you have what's going on in Congress right now, where you have at least 4 parties negotiating with each other. Nobody can seem to decide what they want, and it just makes it really difficult to move forward with a new direction. So, drum roll. Let's see if this works. Oh, and it does not. So, yeah. Yesterday morning at 5:30, the top half of our website disappeared, and after fixing that for 2 hours, no sooner did I get that done than a button fell off my suit. So this is absolutely my fault. I'm cursed. All right, we're just gonna go for it the old-fashioned way. Yeah. For the Democrats, who do you think is going to win the primary? Not who do you want to win, but who do you think? Let's go in alphabetical order. Let's see it for Noel Ginsburg. Mike Johnston. A few Johnston voters, or Johnston predictors here. Kerry Kennedy. Stronger showing for the former treasurer. Lieutenant Governor Lynn. Also a good showing. And Jared Polis. Allie, I'd say it's Polis edging out, but certainly by no means, yeah. I'll bet this poll is going to work because something I heard here. For the Republicans, no, that didn't work either. All right. Cynthia Kaufman. Quite a good showing for her. Victor Mitchell. All right. Doug Robinson. Robinson there, a couple. Walker Stapleton. Pretty strong. And then Tom Tancredo. Just a smattering. I'd say maybe it looks like a horse race between Stapleton and Kaufman, I would say. All right. Okay, well, thank you so much for your kind attention this morning, and thanks for bearing with our technology troubles. Just leave you with that we do expect to see the usual full slate of health bills, but the emphasis for really getting something done could be on opioids. Election year politics might overshadow the rest. And then keep in mind when we're talking about politics, we're also talking about the internal politics of parties that is especially intense this year. And I'm hoping that maybe by the time we all get together for Hot Issues 2018, some of those discussions will be resolved, and we can march on into 2019 with a little bit more clarity. Thanks very much.
Nice job, Joe. Joe and Allie, thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's sort of like the Joe and Allie show, isn't it? And I appreciate the sense-making that you deliver to everyone here in this audience and at Hot Issues in Healthcare. I think it's really easy for us to look at little pieces of the legislature as small bills, and I really value the context that you provide for all of that. Lydia, thank you so much to you, Chris, and the SCL Health team for making Hot Issues a reality, for sponsoring this event, and I think it connects really closely with your mission and vision of SCL Health and its role in this community, so thank you. We're going to move right along here. I promise there's a break after the next speaker to get more coffee, but we are powering through a number of things today. We're going to broaden our focus from the state level out to the national level, and I hope that there's sort of a message of empowerment about what we can do as both policymakers, legislators, as well as consumers in the healthcare system. Today's keynote speaker is Elizabeth Rosenthal. She is a graduate of Stanford undergrad and Harvard Medical School. She's been practicing as a physician before she found her way to journalism. She was a correspondent for the New York Times for 22 years, and then she found her way to healthcare journalism, I think. She is currently at the Kaiser Health News, where she is editor-in-chief. And this last year, she published a book called An American Sickness: How Healthcare Became Big Business and How You Can Take It Back. And I thank the Colorado Hospital Association for providing the first 100 copies of that book to those first 100 lucky recipients who showed up here for breakfast yesterday morning. So with all of that, Elizabeth, I welcome you to the podium.
On? Thanks. Oh, and the mic's on too. Great. Well, thank you, everyone. It's great to be here. As you heard, I was with the New York Times for 22 years, and about a year ago moved to DC to edit Kaiser Health News. You may have seen our content. We are not related to Kaiser Permanente. You may have seen our content in the Times, the Post, PBS, NPR. But after my first year in Washington, I can tell you that the action on healthcare is going to be in the States, not in DC. So I'm thrilled to be here and to talk up this book and this topic. And I'm kind of here to shake things up in a sense, because what I learned from working on this book is that we're all responsible for this healthcare mess, every sector, and that everyone can do something to make it better. That's the how you can take it back. And I can tell you from my work at Kaiser now, and you'll hear a little more about it, we're really at a tipping point, a crisis point for many Americans. We've heard about the premium increases here in Colorado and in many other states. And politically, anyone who solves this at the local, state, or national level, it's a winning political issue for voters right now, because they're really in a state of crisis. So I'll tell you a little bit about how this book came to be. As you heard, I left the practice of medicine in the early 1990s to go work at the New York Times. I'd done a lot of freelancing, and I was working in an ER at the time. And even in those early days, I was seeing a system that didn't work so well for many people in the emergency room in New York City. So I came to the Times initially to write about something which some of you may remember called the Clinton health reform. It sounds quaint now, doesn't it? You know, I really thought I'll write about this, then I'll go back to being a doctor after it passes, and of course it didn't, and I didn't, and I became a foreign correspondent, which also informed this book. I was doing a lot of different kinds of topics during those years. I was overseas for about a decade. And I had a couple of encounters with different medical systems, which kind of informed this book. I'm going to sound really accident prone, but I broke a wrist in Stockholm and was sent to by the New York Times to one of the best orthopedists there, who examined my wrist, casted it, x-rayed it, of course, before, and with great apologies, charged me $400. then I cut my forehead in Rome. It was a Sunday, and I knew I needed to get stitches, so I went to Gemelli Hospital, to the ER, which is, of course, the Pope's hospital. So I thought, okay, how bad? You know, it's got to be good. They stitched up my forehead, and with great apologies, because I wasn't in the Italian health system, charged me 112 euros. So with those experiences under my belt, my family and I came back to New York in 2007, and I'd heard that prices had really gone nuts in the US and that you had to be really careful. And I got little hints of that. You know, the inhaler, albuterol inhaler that I used to take when I ran, that I remembered being $10, $15, was suddenly closer to 100, even though by my calculation it should have been off patent, long off patent. So what was going on there? More important, and this is, I came back to the US at age 50, and I needed that entree into middle age, my first screening colonoscopy. Okay, so not many talks start with this, but here we go. So anyway, you know, I knew it could get really expensive, so I went to HR, and they said, well, as long as you have it done in network, it won't cost you anything. And so I got a list of places in network, and I saw there was Memorial Sloan Kettering had a cancer screening clinic, and I thought, okay, I had trained partly there, so I thought, well, sure, I'll go there. And I was a little shocked because in med school I'd seen colonoscopies done in doctors' offices, you know, and suddenly here I was going into the admitting office at Memorial Sloan Kettering and getting a wristband, you know, getting a pre-admission physical, getting a bonnet. You know, they took my clothes. I got on this gurney and was wheeled into an OR, and you know, a full-blown OR at Memorial Sloan Kettering. And there were monitors and nurses and people in scrubs running around. And I was a little concerned about like what was going on here. But then I got my shot of propofol and everything was great. And you know, and I woke up, you know, half an hour later with a clean bill of colon health, and really didn't think anything more of it until about a month later when I got the explanation of benefits, which showed me that that the hospital had tried to charge about $12,000 for this screening colonoscopy, much of it the facility fee for this, you know, nice big room with all the monitors. And that my insurer, which almost made me as angry, I got this chirpy note saying, good news, you know, we bargain on your behalf, you know. So we only paid $9,000. And of course, the last note was an even chirpier thing that would have made other people happy, which said, what you owe now, $0, right? So I guess most people would have thought, phew, I dodged a bullet. And I thought, oh, this is really pissing me off because, you know, I know, as you all know in this room, that a country that pays $12,000 or $9,000 or probably even $5,000 for a screening colonoscopy that costs about $500 in most of Europe is just where we are now, where healthcare is not sustainable. So anyway, so when I came back to the U.S., it was kind of surrounding the early debates over the ACA, and I didn't cover that for a while, but then as things were heating up and the ACA was about to be implemented, my editor said, I really want you to come back to healthcare reporting. And I said, great, but I already did this kind of stuff with the Clinton health reform. I don't know that I can live through this again. But what I really want to do is I want to find out why the prices are so high in the US. How did we get here? And where, you know, I saw that 12,000 or 9,000, but I didn't know, like, why? You know, where's the money going? So thankfully, he said, sure, you can do that. It led to a 2-year-long series in 2013 and 14 called Paying Till It Hurts. We still have a fabulous Facebook group surrounding the series of more than 9,000 people who share their stories and their solutions. So if any of you are interested, it's just Facebook/groups Paying Till It Hurts, pretty easy to remember. And but anyway, for that series, we tried something new on social media, which is we asked readers to tell us their stories, to tell us comments. I mean, this is 2013. It doesn't sound very new anymore. It was a new experiment for the Times in those days, and they were directed. We said, you know, if we were writing about pharmaceuticals, we would say, tell us about your high prices for your beds. We got over 10,000 comments, closer to 20,000 for that series. That was more than Nate Silver on election day. I was very proud of that. And the comments are still worth reading. The whole series is still outside the firewall because they're kind of a litany of all the ways in which our health system fails different kinds of patients. And we didn't focus on those really exotic procedures like the $1 million cancer treatment. We wanted to do, my goal was to do all the normal things. Now you know why it started with colonoscopy. Much to the horror of the New York Times photo editor, who was like, what? How are we going to put that on the front page? But she was enterprising and did a nice chart. You know, we did getting stitches in the ER, asthma inhalers, just all the little things that people could say, yeah, that happened to me, or that could happen to me, so I better pay attention. Anyway, at the end of that, I had so many stories about people's experiences, but also stories from physicians, from nurses, from people within the healthcare system of what had happened in their little world, which distressed them over the last 20 years, that I began to see how we got to this place, which is really what the book is about. How did we get here? Because I think once you understand how we got here, and I like to say it's the road to hell is paved in good intentions. There were mostly good ideas that someone saw as a business opportunity and then took it in an entirely different direction. So, and the conclusion is really that what should be the metrics of healthcare, our values? It should be caring, treatment, patients. What are the metrics of business that runs our healthcare now? It's return on investment, revenue generation, efficiency. Those two things can overlap sometimes, so it doesn't mean that you can't have any profit in healthcare ever, but they don't overlap a whole lot of the time. And now our system is governed by those business principles, revenue generation, return on investment, efficiency, rather than what's good for patients. So I think, you know, the ACA was I believe, did some really important things. It you know, gave affordable or the same insurance as everyone else to people with pre-existing conditions. It kind of established the idea that the government should be involved in this and should try to give everyone insurance. It removed those lifetime caps. Ironically, I think the one thing it didn't do for many people was kind of what they sold it on was, you know, the Affordable Care Act. It did not solve the price and affordability problem for many people. For some it did. For a big chunk it did. But there were still a bunch of people, as we're hearing here, who just had to pay so much. And it's not just the ACA. It's outside the ACA too. I mean, I'm seeing the same thing. I mean, many of us in the room probably have commercial insurance. It's the same problem, rising premiums, rising deductibles, rising copays, and a copay of 10%. You know, if your MRI costs $300, that's probably reasonable. If your MRI is being billed at $7,000, that's big money. You know, it's not like having skin in the game. It's like having a kidney in the game. It's a major deterrent. So anyway, here now that I'm at Kaiser Family Foundation, we do a lot of polling. You know the stats, but you know, last year, at the end of last year, we polled people with good insurance, under 65, and about a third of them said they were having trouble paying medical bills. So we have not solved this problem. You know, I hear from many people who are spending 20, 30% of their household income on healthcare between insurance deductibles. And these are people without serious medical problems. You know, that's more than their housing, more than food, more than car. It just doesn't make any sense. And it looks really nuts from other countries too. You know, you hear from people from my years overseas, I hear from people like, gosh, why do you guys put up with that? You know, this is really nuts, you know. And I don't have a good answer for that. I had one person who contacted me about when I was writing the book, who was a German guy who was in a minor bicycle crash in San Francisco. And he did what he would have done in Germany because he wasn't sure how badly he was hurt. So a bunch of ambulances pulled up. You know, he was on the ground. He walked around a little bit, and they said, maybe you should go to the hospital to get checked. So he said, okay, I guess I should. They put him in the bus. They put him in the ambulance. They take him to San Francisco General. They call ahead, well, they don't call ahead, but they arrive, the ambulance arrives, the triage nurse does what she should do too, which is she sees someone coming in an ambulance, she notifies the trauma team, because she doesn't know if there's someone seriously hurt or not. So the trauma team gets alerted. One of the intern comes down. It's very clear that he just needs an x-ray or two and he's fine. He walks out 3 hours later. And then a month later, he gets a bill for a very expensive ambulance ride, about $2,000, plus a $10,000 trauma team activation fee, right? And this is the thing that bothers me about this is everyone is doing what you would want them to do medically, but somehow it turns into this billing disaster. And that's what I think we have to look at as we move forward in healthcare. Are we doing, you know, what's the goal of healthcare? It's patient-centered care. And as I was writing the book, I thought, you know, I kept writing this, you know, and as I've been writing about the ACA a little bit too, we all talk about patient-centered evidence-based care, patient-centered evidence-based care, you know, that's our goal. And then at some point when I started writing, I read that phrase and I was like, wait, you know, what other kind of healthcare could there be? You know, this is what healthcare is. But somehow in our country, it's not what it is at the moment. So let me give you a quick tour of the book, some of the stories there. I'm a storyteller, so I think it brings out how difficult the situation is right now, and also gives us some insight of what we can do. And I'll go through some ideas, and I hope we have some ideas for questions, because I think everyone can do something. These are the economic rules of I say this somewhat tongue-in-cheek, the economic rules of our dysfunctional medical market. If we are trusting in the market to provide us with good health care, this is what we get. And many people in the healthcare system, when they see this, are like, no, of course, we don't want that. And of course, it's not what we want. But if you think about it from a purely economic standpoint, it makes total sense. The rule that most people really object to in the medical system is a lifetime of treatment is preferable to a cure. You know, who would say that? That's insane. Now, but look at the diabetes industry. You know, there's a story in the book of a woman named, a research professor named Denise Faustman at Harvard, who's been working on a cure for diabetes using an old immunostimulator that has worked very well in mice. She's done a phase 1 trial in humans. Now, I have to be clear, I don't know if this will work. She doesn't know if it will work. But the next step for her was doing a phase 2 trial. And who funds phase 2 trials in this country generally? It's pharma, right? So she went to pharma to say, hey, I've got this great thing. I've got this promising idea. You know, it could cure diabetes because in mice it reactivated those pancreatic cells that made insulin. And they all looked at her and essentially said, not in these words, yeah, that's really interesting, but if it works, it wrecks a $14 billion industry of insulin, of pumps, of monitors. And so who's going to fund that kind of research? No one. I mean, a well-known diabetologist in New York said, who has type 1 diabetes, said somewhat jokingly to me, you know, if we had the incentives we have now when Salk was inventing the polio vaccine, we wouldn't have a polio vaccine, we'd have iron lungs in 10 different colors with iPhone apps. And I think, you know, there is some truth in that. It's cynical, but I think, you know, it doesn't mean that there shouldn't be people making pumps and things like that out there, but it means if we're trusting in them to make a cure, you know, they are for-profit companies, and there's not a lot in it for them to do that. you know, the last rule is kind of the rule of the book. Prices will rise to whatever the market will bear, which I think we've seen in the US. Another one I like is more competitors vying for business doesn't mean better prices. It can drive prices up, not down. This is rampant in the pharmaceutical world. There's a phenomenon called sticky pricing. You look at all of the drugs for multiple sclerosis that were about $1,000 10 years ago. Basically, every year or two, another drug comes in, and they introduce the new drug at a slightly higher price point, maybe $2,000 instead of $1,000. And all the competitors look and say, oh, they got away with it. And suddenly all the prices move up to that sticky price point. Now all of those drugs are $5,000 a month in the US. They are about 10 to 20% of that in most other countries. So again, sticky pricing doesn't work for consumers, and competition doesn't work. Here's something about facility fees, which I just want to show people how extreme this can become. This is Dr. Jeffrey Kivy. He's a teacher at Stuyvesant High School. He's a PhD in New York City. He teaches chemistry. Dr. Kivy has psoriatic arthritis. He's had it since he was a kid. When he was younger, was on very high-dose steroids and was very disabled by this disease. He used crutches. He couldn't walk for periods of his grad school. The advent of the new biologicals for psoriatic arthritis have changed his life. He gets an infusion of something called Remicade, or got an infusion of something called Remicade every 6 weeks, and with that, he was able to teach. He got married, had a kid. You know, he was really a happy, functional guy. So he had been getting his Remicade infusions at a hospital in New York called Beth Israel, where they were being billed at $19,000 a pop. And you know, I want to remind people now, and I see everyone's going, oh yeah, 19,000, that's reasonable. You know, when the AIDS drugs came out, AIDS triple therapy came out in the 1990s, it was $10,000 a year, and we were all outraged at that crazy price. Now we're kind of like $19,000 every 6 weeks. Yeah, okay, fine. But so Dr. Kivy, what happened to Dr. Kivy was his rheumatologist, who he really liked, moved uptown to NYU. Which, for those of you who don't know New York, it's 15 blocks uptown from Beth Israel. So he got the same infusion at NYU, and suddenly NYU was billing $100,000 for that same infusion. Now, Dr. Kivy went through the normal, like, protesting to the insurer, to NYU. Why the insurer paid slightly less. The bill was actually $110, and the insurer paid varyingly, like 75, 85, 95. So ultimately, he came to me and said, can you find out what this is about? He was one of the commenters. And I said to him, well, what was different? You know, what was different? Was it the same dose? Yeah, same dose. And he gave me all the medical records. So I saw same length of time, you know, you hadn't changed. He said, no, it's exactly, I said, was anything different? He said, yeah, there was like free Wi-Fi and cookies, and the room was much nicer. But, you know, again, the facility fee, driving this up to $100,000, not good. I want to talk about, this is about, these were not patients who contacted me, obviously. These are the Sisters of Mercy. One of the calls I got as I was writing the book was from a guy named Dr. Frank McCullough, who was a pediatrician at Providence Health Center in Portland, Oregon. And he was really distressed about the direction his hospital had taken during his 40 years of practice. He called me right after his retirement. Like many institutions, Providence was founded by a religious order, and he started working there. He felt there was a sense of mission. It was in the 70s. He really loved that, and he's not a religious guy, but he said he went into medicine because he wanted to help everyone. He worked in the outpatient department there. But over time, he got really uncomfortable with what was happening to his hospital. Part of it was first, they were having to learn billing codes. Then every doctor was given reports on how much they billed, their RVUs, the relative value units. Then their salaries were connected to their RVUs. They got a bonus the more they did. Then they had to take courses about, gee, you know, if you do these 3 interventions, you can bill for a level 4 visit instead of a level 3 visit. And he thought, well, that's great, but if I don't have to listen to the lungs, why would I do that? But the pressure was on. He also was upset about they all got sent to what he called charm school to improve their Press-Ganey scores. And then there was the building that went on at the hospital, which made him uncomfortable. He said at first it was great because it had been a little shabby, but by the end, he said his hospital, which he felt no longer did a good job of taking care of poor people, looked like he called it the Providence Marriott. He said there were fountains and salmon jumping around and nice art on the wall. And he said he felt bad saying to patients, you know, I can't help you afford this inhaler when there was all this luxury around them. So now, you know, Providence Marriott has restaurants and guest services. This is, you know, this is one of the things that always amuses me when I go to hospitals in New York and they call me a guest. I don't feel like a guest. I come to a hotel when I want to be a guest. You know. Anyway, again, just to show you what we're up against, and I really want to move along because I want to get to the solutions part. This is a fellowship pledge, and I just want to show you how the medical world is mostly really on board with this stuff. I got this fellowship pledge from a surgeon in Miami named Dr. Michael Canning, who found this when he was cleaning out drawers. This is the fellowship pledge he took in 1990 when he joined the American College of Surgeons. One line from it stuck out to him, and he wanted me to think about it. It says, I promise to deal with each patient as I would wish to be dealt with if I were in the patient's position, and I will set my fees commensurate with the services rendered. Now, Dr. Canning said, how many surgeons, how many hospitals set their fees commensurate with the services rendered anymore? So I took this fellowship pledge. I, of course, did what journalists do. I looked at the current American College of Surgeons pledge. That pesky clause was removed in 2004. So sad. Some physicians are now doing what we call upgrades. You know, and this, again, it's the business model. It's like when I came out here, you know, it's do you want to be upgraded to business class? Do you want to be? So what can you do, and what do upgrades mean in medicine? Well, sometimes they can be useful. As you probably know, cataract surgery is very common. It's gotten much, much simpler in the last 25, 30 years, much quicker. Since Medicare reimburses in part based on the amount of time a procedure takes, that means cataract surgery reimbursement has gone way, way down. So some enterprising physicians have made up for that with upgrades. You know, you could make up for it by doing LASIK. And some of these upgrades, I should say, are useful. One of them, which this is about a patient called Barbara Benion, who lives in Connecticut. She was offered 2 upgrades when she went to her physician's office. One was a toric lens, which corrects for astigmatism. And having looked into it, I hear from ophthalmologists that can be a really valuable thing for some patients. But Medicare doesn't pay for it. So to get toric lenses, she would have to pay an extra $1,500 per eye. The second upgrade she was offered was this, laser surgery. Now, of course, that sounds really cool, right? I'm going to use a laser, and of course, Medicare, stingy old Medicare, won't pay for that. So I'm going to offer you laser surgery as an upgrade. The extra price for that was $2,000 per eye. So anyway, I looked at the studies. There is very little evidence that femtosecond laser or laser surgery makes any difference for most people with cataract surgery. And in fact, when the ophthalmologist first came out at ophthalmology conferences, people were saying, oh, who would do this? You know, only big hospitals can have this. It costs $500,000 to buy the machine. So it's a non-starter. Well, they proved wrong. The laser companies got very entrepreneurial, and now they make portable femtosecond lasers, which they will rent to doctors' offices for the morning, and the doctors' offices can make their money back by charging for upgrades. And these machines, they come with, certainly you have to be trained with them, they come with kind of user's manuals, but they also come with something about your return on investment. How many times you have to click on the laser, how many times you have to get patients to choose the upgrade in order to make it worth your rental fee. Now, luckily for Barbara Benion, her daughter-in-law is a nurse at an ophthalmology practice, and the ophthalmologist said, don't do the laser, it's not useful. But these are the kinds of, again, the business motivations that we see. Anyone here have been prescribed Duexis? Good. I heard about Duexis because a patient who's an accountant for the city of Houston had been prescribed this drug and was like, he went to the pharmacy to pick it up, and they told him that it was going to be a really, really large copay. So he said, well, what is this drug? Why am I, it was for some hip pain. So I looked at Duexis, and it's a combination of 2 over-the-counter generic drugs, ibuprofen and famotidine, better known as Motrin or Advil and Pepcid. So I decided to find out, like, how I could do a do-it-yourself Duexis, how much it would cost me. So it is, to be fair, it's a higher dose of ibuprofen than would normally be sold over the counter, which is 200 milligrams, but you can just take 4 of those pills. And P.S., if you take 4 of those pills, it will definitely upset your stomach because 800 milligrams of ibuprofen is hard on the stomach, so you'll need the Pepcid too. So anyway, but if you do all that, I figured out I could make, for a month's supply of a do-it-yourself Duexis for $11. This is what it costs in the pharmacy. Now, you ask, why would any doctor prescribe this drug? And I'm glad to see no one has been prescribed it here. And I think, but it is a successful drug in the United States, not in any other country. Because any other country, they would say, the drug approval process would say, what, this is ridiculous. But anyway, why I think the answer is, and I've struggled with this one, that the people who promote these drugs to your physician just come in and say, hey, it's really convenient. Instead of having to take Motrin and Pepcid separately, you can just give them one pill, right for this pill, and you won't have to worry about it. And I think the physicians don't know, which they should all be asking now, great, but how much does it cost? How much is that going to cost? And I think that's a question that no one, not the physicians, not the FDA, because the FDA can't, it's not is asking, well, what do you plan to charge for this? And as we'll see, that leads to a lot of crazy drugs. The fact that the FDA, by its mandate, doesn't ask these questions and can't. How many of you seen the advertisement for Non-24? Have you wondered, like, what's that about? Okay, well, here you go. It's Non-24 is a circadian rhythm disorder that affects mostly people who are totally blind. It affects far less than 100,000 people in this country. So it means that when Vanda Pharmaceuticals wanted to bring its drug Hetlioz, which is a sleeping drug, to the US, to market it in the US, they marketed it for Non-24. And because Non-24 affects less than 100,000 people, they could take it through the orphan drug pathway in the US, which means it didn't have to be studied, and it didn't need expensive large-scale trials. It was approved based on trials of fewer than 100 patients that lasted just a few months. And it's now out there as a drug. The thing that's really fascinating about this is, and the way it got into my book, was I was reading the FDA approval minutes for this drug, thinking, why was the thing I didn't tell you about Hetlioz is that, what is Hetlioz? It's an analog of melatonin. So it's melatonin with a little thing added on. So on the panel that approved Hetlioz was a guy named Dr. Robert Sack, who is the person who at the University of Oregon had described Non-24 in the 1990s and had found that it could be treated with timed doses of melatonin. So here he ends up on this panel to approve this drug, and he's kind of gobstruck, you know, like, what's going on here? So you see in this panel hearing, he says to the presenters of the drug, well, gee, this is, you know, why is this, why don't you just say, take melatonin? And of course, the business reason is you can't patent melatonin, and you know that doesn't get you a profitable drug. The practical reason is because it's not a patented drug, it's not formulated to the precision of Hetlioz, which is a patented drug. The other thing, the skeptics, many skeptics on the panel who were deeply skeptical about why this drug was useful said was in the trial of Hetlioz of 60 people over 3 months, it didn't work that well. That was it. You know, basically it gave patients who were not sleeping well an extra half hour of sleep. It increased their sleep from 3 hours and 30 minutes to about 4 hours. So the skeptics on the panel said, gee, you know, it doesn't seem like it's a very good drug. Why don't you just tell people to take Ambien and something like that? And they said rightly that, well, that's not what we're deciding here. All we have to decide for the panel, their mandate is it safe, which of course it was because it's it's melatonin, and is it effective? And that meant, this is the key, is it effective compared to nothing, right? Which it was, you know, an extra half hour of sleep. So they had to approve it, even though they were all deeply uncomfortable. So they did approve it. They thought, how much could a company possibly charge for this? It ended up, it's now on the market for $8,000 a month, okay? And again, a successful drug. What's the end game for this pharmaceutical company? I think, you know, what's the sleep-wake disorder that we all suffer from? Jet lag. They're now doing phase 2 trials in jet lag, and I'm sure they won't be able to charge that much for it, but we'll see how it ends up. This is Wanda Wickizer. Okay, I'm going to go faster now. She was uninsured days before the Affordable Care Act came into effect through really no fault of her own. She couldn't afford those high-risk pools, which we're all now thinking maybe come back. Because what was her risk? And again, this is what we all have to look out for. If we go back to high-risk pools, her risk was she had a history of depression, right? So who among us would not be thrown into the high-risk pool? So anyway, she couldn't afford insurance. She had a subarachnoid bleed 3 days, a Christmas Day, 7 days before the Affordable Care Act. She was flown from her home in Norfolk, Virginia, to the University of Virginia Medical Center, where she had successful surgery and eventually recovered after 2 weeks in the hospital. She had to face off with the University of Virginia over a $356,000 bill, which they wanted paid in full, okay? She was very enterprising. She found out that Medicare would have paid about $80,000 for that time in the hospital, as was the VA, as was my insurer might have paid slightly more, private insurer $120,000 perhaps, but she had no one to argue on her behalf, so she was paying list price for everything. And they said to her, and every hospital has to have a payment plan or a payment option for people who don't have insurance. They actually offered her that. But the problem was you can't, in order to qualify for that hospital's payment plan, you had to have less than $3,000 in any kind of savings. She had $100,000 in a retirement account, which she offered to the hospital. She said, take this, and they said no. She eventually reached an out-of-court settlement with the hospital after a whole bunch of lawyers through that Paying Till It Hurts Facebook group came to her defense and flew to Charlottesville to argue on her behalf. Ambulances, I hope all of this is a New York Times article, but I hope you all know that many of them are now out of network and owned by venture capital companies. There's a patient in the book who is a journalist in Cincinnati. She was in a minor bike crash, again, went to the hospital in an ambulance because it was one of these bike-a-thon things, and they said, oh, we'll take you. She ended up having a minor wrist fracture. And she works for the city of Cincinnati. And she was a fire department ambulance. So she was surprised when she got a bill for about $900 a month later. And she said, wait, this has to be a mistake. I work for the city and I'm covered by one of the major insurers here. And they said, no, we don't accept insurance. We're out of network. And then she said, but wait, you're the fire department. And what you will find in most cities today is that the fire department puts out fires for free, but ambulance rides are billed and billed for a lot. They're actually a revenue generator for a number of cities now. So beware. So when I fell in New York and people said, do you want us to call an ambulance? I was like, no, I'm walking to the hospital. So what can be done? And this is where I really want to focus our time now quickly. A lot can be done, and I think it's incumbent on all of us to do things wherever we are, both in our personal lives, our professional lives, and as voters. I'm going to start with the personal and move out, because I think the more of us do these things individually in our doctor's office, it will save you money, but more importantly, it sends a message to a signal to the system that we are not going to tolerate this anymore. So what I tell people to do in their doctor's office and what I do now, being kind of aware of the kind of scams that I can be subject to, is my doctor, for example, the other day said, we should send off some blood tests. And I'm fine with that. But his computer is now programmed to send those blood tests to the hospital with which he is affiliated, which will charge much more than a commercial lab for those tests. So I say to him, fine, give me a rec to go to Quest or LabCorp and I'll get them done there. You'll see in one of the later slides I looked, a vitamin D test in New York at LabCorp will cost about $16. At Albany Medical Center will cost $750. So that's the kind of crazy price variation we see in our system. And I think the more signals we send that this is not tolerable and that we want to see that kind of transparency, it's an important signal to send. Likewise, if he says to me, you need an x-ray of your knee, right? I can say to him, and I do say to him now, okay, fine, I'll get an x-ray, but I want you to know which of these 10 x-ray centers within a 2-block radius of your office are going to do a good job and do it for cheap, because I know that those centers, some will charge $200 for that x-ray and some will charge $3,000, $4,000 maybe. And many people have co-payments, so it will matter. And B, I want my doctor to send his patients to the ones that do a good job for a good price, to essentially shop on my behalf. And I want him to say to the one who's charging $2,000, $3,000, I'm not going to send my patients to you anymore because you're ripping them off. Okay? Those signals need to be there. And those centers may not tell me what they charge, but they have to tell my doctor because he's the customer, he's the direct customer, although I would like them to tell me so. So again, you know, I tell all patients, engage and partner with your doctors on value. And I tell all doctors who say to me, it always amuses me when I talk to doctor and patient groups, because the doctors will go, oh, we don't want to talk about money, you know, patients don't like it. And it's like the Voldemort in the, you know, for those who are in the room. And the patients are always saying, no, I need to know because I have to pay this bill. You know, I don't want to feel like price is driving my doctor's decisions, but I do want to feel like my doctor is using my healthcare doctors smartly and well. How to save money in the hospital. And this gets into some of the legislative stuff I'm going to talk about later that will make this easier. But what I tell people to do now is on all those forms where you consent to pay for anything that's done to you that your insurer doesn't cover, I tell people to write on it so long as it's in my insurance network. You know, will it work every single time? Maybe not, but will it give you a leg to stand on? Yes, because I think the ultimate goal for me and for patients, and I think for legislators who are listening to patients' needs, is to say, if I go to an in-network hospital in goodwill, everything in that hospital anyone who lays hands on me should be in my network. And hospitals will say to me, oh, that's hard, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I say, no, that's kind of your job to do that, because I don't know which of your anesthesiologists takes Cigna, but you do. You can assign someone who takes my insurance, or you can make sure your contracts have someone who takes my insurance and all the things I'm likely to need. So I tell people to write that on the contract, because it is a contract. You know, likewise, I tell people, and it's sad to have people take on this role in many ways, you know, ask when people come by your bedside who you are and what you're doing and who sent you. You know, I heard from a doctor whose husband had hip surgery, and what she was pissed off about was there was a nurse who came to help her husband get out of bed the first 2 days or 3 days, and then walked him down the hall, and she thought, okay, fine, you know, I could have done this, but, and she said she discovered when she looked at the bill, because she asked for an itemized bill, another thing everyone should do, that had been billed at $300 as a physical therapy appointment. She was pissed about that, okay? So look at the bills, ask people why they're there, avoid drive-by doctoring. Again, this is what I'm asking of doctors, but it's also an ask for the hospitals. I would like to see charge masters, the hospital master price lists out in the open. There's only one state, as far as I know, that requires them to be filed in a public place, which is California. They are as inscrutable as any contract you want to see. They're generally over 500 pages in medical code, but you can see how hospitals calculate their charges. Now, if those are public, I think some enterprise, I would like it to be their obligation to make those public and user-friendly so people could just know what the charges are and understand why they're paying so much. I think that would accomplish two things. First of all, no hospital would want out there that they're charging $12,000 for a screening colonoscopy. I think some of these prices exist because we think no one, the hospital systems think no one sees them, and because they think no one pays them. But both of those things are not true. So I would like those out there. I'd like doctors to push for them, legislators to push for making those public, and then preferably making them public in a form that patients could actually look at them and use them. I always tell people, if you see something in your doctor's office or in your hospital, say something. Say it to your boss, your administrator, your legislator, or a journalist if everything else fails. We're the last. This is a guy named Dr. Barry Lindenberg and his patient Antoinette Newell. Ms. Newell went to the pharmacy to pick up digoxin, a 300-year-old drug, and the price had gone up about 1,000%. Dr. Lindenberg, meanwhile, got a pre-approval form on which he wrote, "You've got to be kidding me." And we looked into it. It turned out, again, sticky pricing phenomena. Only a few companies were making digoxin. One did a kind of Martin Shkreli move and decided to see what would happen if they raised the price 1,000%, and the others quickly followed. Okay, I see I'm running out of time, so I'm going to talk really quickly. Don't trust that insurers and employers will be the cops. You know, they paid all the bills. When you go to insurers and ask, like, well, why did you pay those bills? The answer is, and I heard this from an insurer, well, basically, they're too big to care about an individual claim. You know, basically, to contest any of these outrageous claims you see there, they say they'd have to investigate to see what happened. They'd have to have lawyers. They might have to take a hospital or a provider to court. It's just not worth it to them. It's easier to write the check, unless it happens too often. And P.S., you know, the company that paid Peter Dreyer, that pays some of these out-of-network charges, surprise medical bills, they need NYU system in their network. It's hard for them to walk away. What can we ask for as employers and as legislators? One experiment that I think is really interesting is reference pricing, where CalPERS and Safeway have used this in California, where they looked at all the hip replacements in California and said, how much do you have to pay to get a reasonably priced hip or knee? And they came out with about $40,000. And they said to all of their employees, and again, they have big market power, this is what we're going to pay. And if you want to go more, you want to go to a place that charges more, great, but you're going to pay. If you want to go to a place that charges that or less, it's free. Now, what did that happen? First of all, it meant that employees and their doctors had to shop around. They had to get prices from these different hospitals. But the even more interesting thing it did is a whole bunch of hospitals in California that had been charging $120,000 for hip or knee replacements said, oh, we can do it for that, and did. You know, so I think when we have bundled payments, reference prices that are smartly designed, people react to it and providers react to it. You know, bulk contracts for labs and radiology, again, same idea. You direct people to the low-cost providers without co-payment. And this is another one that any legislators in the room I would like to think about. Insist that the terms of insurance contracts remain for the length of that contract. One thing that really, really makes me crazy is, you know, when we all buy insurance or for ourselves or whether it's our employer buying it for us, we buy it for a year. We buy it based on the things we can look at, which is your insurance network. So why can that change during the year? Why is it okay that providers can drop in and out? It really shouldn't be okay. You know, I was saying before, if I rent an apartment and, you know, no one can come in the middle of the year and say, oh, that second bedroom, it's not yours anymore. We're going to rent that to somebody else. So let's do contracts in healthcare the same way we do contracts in every other part of life. This is why I love being in states. Make healthcare part of your politics. States can hold hospitals and insurers accountable. Now, this is directed to the New York State Health Insurance Commissioner, this little ad. I would like to see insurer directories, plan directories, accurate to the, if not the day, the week. You know, I don't get what this is on my directory. You've all had the experience of calling around, oh, we don't take that anymore, or this business of in-network but not accepting patients. I'm sorry, then you are not in-network when I am looking at this plan. So I think state insurance commissioners can hold networks accountable for being adequate and can hold these directories accountable with big fines if they're not. I mean, airlines do it, hotels do it, health insurers should be able to do it too. And many of these health insurance commissioners are elected. If not, they're appointed by governors. So governors, I think, should be looking at, again, who is going to be an advocate for patients and for good medical care. That's what we really need now. Likewise, you know, in California, those charge masters were made public after a political discussion. That could happen in every state. And I would warn people who think, well, this is not going to happen here. The times are changing. You know, I've seen in the last year, we have seen some state surprise billing laws. Again, we have one in New York State. They are not user-friendly. Again, they are a great first step because they basically say, if you get a surprise bill, patient, you don't have to pay it. The insurer and the provider have to work it out. But in New York, and I've tried to use this law, A, you have to know the law exists, which most people don't, right? So and B, you have to fill out forms in triplicate and send it to both your provider and your insurer. You know, pain in the rear. The real answer is if I go to a hospital that's in network, I shouldn't be hit with surprise charges that could have been avoided. Likewise, drug pricing laws. We're watching these pop up in different states. They are a first baby step, I should say, in that many of them, there's one in Maryland that says generics can't have a price rise without state vetting and approval. There's one in California that says if the drug price goes up more than 16% in 2 years, it needs vetting. But you know, they're kind of lily-livered because if my rent went up 16% every 2 years, I would be in big trouble pretty quickly. So I think these are really an important first step, but we should be ratcheting them down and say, no, we're not going to pay it. So I think states, because individual consumers are stuck on that, they can't do it, but states should be able to and can. And I'll tell you, it's a winning issue for state and local politicians. That drug law in Maryland was passed after a very clever bunch of advocates did a survey of Republican voters saying, if someone solved this drug pricing problem, would you cross party lines to vote for them? And the answer was 85% no problem, sure. So I think it can be a really winning issue, and I think a lot of these problems that are exploding now can be solved at the state level, or at least addressed, or at least we can take baby steps. I'm not asking for us to move our health system to, you know, a French level or Canadian level of spending to 11, 12%. I'm just asking for it to kind of start turning around and to put its focus on patients to get to maybe 15%. I just want to point out before I go to questions, through 4 articles we've done this week. We did one, counties, cities should be looking at this, about how dozens of counties, cities in the US are now helping their employees buy medicines from Canada, which they vet. FDA would say that's illegal, but we're not going to prosecute it. Dozens of cities and school districts are doing that now. That appeared in the Washington Post. You know, again, something for everyone to look at just to start asserting our displeasure and our rights and our needs at this time where healthcare is a critical issue. So I'll turn it over to the floor now. Sorry. What?
Elizabeth, thank you so much. I want to do 2 things. We have a quick start time right at 11 o'clock, and so for those of you who would like to stay for Q&A, that would be great. For those of you who need to stretch your legs and grab a cup of coffee, feel free to do so because we'll start up right at 11. Rachel.
I'm not sure. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Hi. What I'm wondering if you would address is a little bit of this pharmaceutical advertising on television. I can't even imagine what percentage of the cost of drugs is wasted on the advertising, and it particularly bothers me that they get to rename diseases like COPD, sounds so minor, you know, and not to tell people in the ad, this is caused by cigarette smoking, this is a form of emphysema. It seems like none of the ads will they'll tell you all the side effects of the drugs, but how you might prevent it or cure it or get rid of it yourself, and it just seems so self-serving. There's not a depression ad that shows an unhappy person. They all look normal and happy and have good jobs. There's not a diabetes drug that tells you you could lose 20 pounds and probably not need this drug. And so the advertising market of it really needs to be addressed. I understand a lot of foreign companies don't allow advertising.
We're one of 2 countries that allows advertising. And you know, when it started in the 1990s, when it started being allowed, there was a notion that it really wouldn't take on because what the FDA said is you have to list all these potential side effects. And of course, now there's just this roll of side effects and no one pays attention to them because there's so many. And you know, we're at a point where even the AMA says this should not be allowed. But the pharmaceutical companies are asserting this as a First Amendment right now. I don't know that that was what the founders imagined, but it does show the kind of how the business of healthcare has taken over the care and the health of healthcare. I mean, my favorite ad in that which was on during the Super Bowl, and I think it's an issue when we talk about the opioid epidemic. The opioid epidemic, for some people, has been good business, and I hate to say it that way. Not for people treating this, which we desperately need, because there's not a good business model for this. But what did we see in the Super Bowl? It were ads for opioid-induced constipation. So instead of dealing with the issue, you create new drugs to deal with the opportunity that it's created.
Right. Elizabeth, thank you so much. I would welcome people who have questions to come up here and maybe ask you online or one-on-one. The rest of us, we have a little stage change that we need to do here, and so I need a 5 minutes to do that. We'll see you right at 11 o'clock. minute and a half. All right, we're going to get going here. Welcome to our final session of Hot Issues in Health 2017. We are delighted that we were successful in inviting gubernatorial candidates to be with us during this session, and so many of them said that they would be willing to join us all here today. I am going to leave the introductions of the candidates to our fearless moderator, Chris Woolsey, but I'll spend a little bit of time introducing her. You have a full bio in your program, so it'll be brief, but I just wanted to share with you that we didn't select Chris because she's a terrific member of the CHI board, and we didn't select her because of her role in the SCL Health team, but we selected her mostly because of her journalistic chops, which she honed in Chicago before finding her way to Colorado. So with that, I think you are up for the task, Chris, and have a great time.
Great. Thank you, Michelle. Okay, well, welcome to all three of you. I'm going to, like I said, do brief introductions, a few ground rules, and then we're going to dive right in. So I think everyone probably knows who you are, but starting at the far end here, we have Attorney General Cynthia Kaufman. We have businessman and former state representative Victor Mitchell with us today, and businessman Doug Robinson. So please welcome them all for showing up fearlessly.
Better, I like that introduction.
Thank you all for taking time for us. The last
Great to be here.
Day and a half has been filled with discussions about healthcare policy, health improvement. You've got a pumped group, I'm going to tell you, who've been talking about lots of issues that need improvement in the healthcare sector. So we want to hear from you today. Few of the ground rules, we're doing this not really as a traditional debate style, but as a way for them to get to know your views and get to know a little bit about you personally. Your Democratic colleagues do not have the benefit of being in the room this morning with you. They are waiting outside, and so they'll be coming in.
That's
right,
terrific.
They'll be coming in afterwards. We'll move along pretty quickly. We have 45 minutes, so when you think about answering questions, you know, just be concise and clear. I always tell people when you're answering a question, think about leaving a message on voicemail, and right about the time you think you're rambling, cut that in half. So we'll try to follow that general rule. So to that end, I'm going to start with a general question for each of you. And that's really to just take a couple of minutes and explain why you're running for governor in the state of Colorado and what you think the biggest challenge will be. And we'll start with you, Doug.
Great. So I'm Doug Robinson, businessman and community leader, and I have not run for office before, so this is a real challenge for me. Both of my colleagues have, and I'm learning a lot through this process. And so it really, a few things came together for me. My wife, Diane, and I, Diane, are you there somewhere? Stand up if you're here. She said she's coming, so we'll see. We moved to Colorado 22 years ago, and Colorado is this amazing place, unlike anywhere else we've ever lived, where you just have this beautiful people and outdoors and so on. And I have felt that Colorado is changing, and over the last few years I've been a little frustrated about some of my quality of life slipping away from me. And so that's the first thing. Second, for the first time in my life, I'm in a position to do something like this. The business that I started, we had success with that. We sold that 3 years ago to a large company, KPMG. There's probably somebody from KPMG here today. And my kids are mostly grown. I have 5 children and just one at home. So I was in a position to devote myself to some of these challenges. And then I come from a family that's been involved in politics, and some of my family members urged me to try to run and make a difference. So those are really the reasons that I'm running. And I'll just say quickly that healthcare is front and center for the challenges and the opportunity we have to make Colorado better. And so I would put that right behind our #1 issue, and that is how do we deal with growth in Colorado and the expected hundreds of thousands of people that are going to move here over the next decade. So these 2 issues are the most important, I think, in this race.
Thank you. Representative Mitchell.
Well, good afternoon.
You got to sit down, Victor.
That's why you should never get up. I mean, was that a sign or something? Well, it's nice to be here, everybody. My name is Victor Mitchell, and I am a candidate for governor. And it's a fair question, you know, why exactly are you running? And the answer is pretty straightforward. You can be frustrated, you can feel disillusioned, even at times cynical to the way our politics and the way our government has been currently operating. Or you can put yourself out there and be part of the solution. I choose to be part of the solution. My background's a little bit different. I come at this as a serial entrepreneur. I started my first business when I was 21 years old and a junior in college. I've never worked for anyone other than myself. I've built 6 successful companies, including one of the largest private telecom companies in the country. And I think the essence of being an entrepreneur is somebody that looks at things differently. Somebody who's built great teams, and the sum of those teams can do much better and bigger things than any individual one person can. Somebody that's not afraid to take risks. Somebody has some degree of creativity and some degree of imagination. I've been very, very involved with healthcare for a long time. Actually, my wife and I have been funding a rural health clinic in Southern Virginia. And this, I hope we'll have more time later to talk about this, but this tiny little rural health clinic is changing the way primary care is delivered. And I want to bring these types of nurse practitioner clinics to Colorado. What's so unique about their program is in several aspects. First and foremost, they don't take any insurance. They're run by all-female nurse practitioners, many of them who can write scripts. They do a lot more than diagnostics. They're doing things like colonoscopies, mammograms. They've been able to negotiate directly with pharmaceutical companies, and they give vouchers for prescription drug benefits. When they have a serious illness, they use telemedicine, and they log into the University of Virginia at Charlottesville, and they get specialists on the line. So I'm happy to answer any all questions. I also think it's very important as a candidate for governor to put forward big and bold ideas. I put forward a very specific idea how to reform our infrastructure here in Colorado and getting $2 billion directly into roads and infrastructure without increasing taxes. So I welcome you guys so much today. Thank you guys so much for taking time out of your busy schedules. I look forward to any and all questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll try to get this working right.
Thank you. Attorney General.
Well, good morning, friends. I'm Cynthia Kaufman. I currently serve as Colorado's Attorney General, which is a great honor and privilege. And in my role as Attorney General the last 3 years, I have gotten around the state. I created an Office of Community Engagement within the Attorney General's office, something new and different for lawyers, and grouped together the work that we do in consumer protection and public safety to take that on the road, to talk to local communities in Colorado about what they are experiencing in areas like school safety, domestic violence and sex assault prevention, dealing with bullying and suicide prevention, and the opioid epidemic and substance abuse issues. And as I have traveled the last 3 years, I discovered that lawyers can't solve all the problems of the state, and that you really have to be in the policy position. You have to be top dog. and the governor in order to make the kind of policy changes that I want to make. I have a dream cabinet in my head. Some positions are not filled, but it's something I did in law school. I built a law firm when I was sitting in law school, and I was kind of bored. I said, who are the best and the brightest? Who would I want to bring together as if I had my own firm? And the same thing I think holds true as governor. Nothing is more important for the person who is running the state and making policy decisions than choosing the best and brightest people to work in that cabinet. And that is something that I look forward to addressing some of the policy challenges that I see. Many are related to our growth spurt that we have had in the Front Range especially, and the fact that that hasn't reached all of our rural communities. We need to spread some of that prosperity and those jobs around the state. And part of that is delivering health care, making it as affordable and accessible as we possibly can. And I thank you all in this room who have been working on that for many years, and I look forward to an opportunity to learn from you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's clear you all have passion and conviction and feel you can make a difference in the state. We have a room full of healthcare folks who either are in the business of healthcare or providers, care for patients, or work for nonprofits. It seems to me that healthcare is a very personal issue and oftentimes can be shaped with an individual's own experience in healthcare. So as you think about your perspectives and what you would bring to this policy issue and that problem in Colorado, what has been a personal experience in healthcare, positive or negative, that you think will shape your views in terms of the solutions you bring?
Start with me?
We certainly can.
Okay. Well, I think all of us have our life and our decisions come from our personal experience. And one of the most challenging and important experiences in my life, Diane and I have 5 children. Our youngest child, when he was young, he came home one day and fell over with a seizure and started to have more. Within not very long, he was having 80 to 100 seizures a day. He had a helmet on. He was falling over every 10 or 15 minutes. And when this happens, your life just goes upside down. The only thing that matters is getting this child better. And so we were fortunate in that we started to look, where could we find the best health care possibly in the country? And we identified a few doctors that had great reputations. One was in New York, a man by the name of Orrin Devinsky, written 11 books on epilepsy. And we called his office and they said, well, we can get you in 4 months. And we said, well, he's having 80 seizures a day. That's not going to work. So we tried to network who did we know that might know him and so on. And fortunately, we found a family here in Colorado that were in contact with him. And I got his cell phone and I called him. And he said, when can you come? I said, we're on the plane today. We went back there. He had 29 seizures on the plane. And we waited a few hours, but he got us in. And that single experience, his care and the regimen that he put us on, made us eventually get to a place where my son's doing really well. Victor's had a chance to meet him, and he's a normal kid. And so that has given me a profound appreciation for the healthcare system that we have and how great a healthcare system we have, and the need to try to provide the highest possible quality care for all of our citizens.
So this is a personal experience for me as well. I normally don't share this, but I did get clearance from my daughter, so she feels good that we should talk about this. I have 3 children. My eldest is 24 years old today, and she actually just graduated from CU. She's a software engineer. About 5 years ago, she tried to take her life. And it turned out as an eating disorder, and then it turned into anxiety, and then it later became depression. And she hid it from our family very effectively. We were very fortunate. We had the resources to throw the kitchen sink at it. And for anybody that has dealt with mental illness, we had no history of mental illness in my side of the family or my wife's side of the family. You can only imagine. We were as novices as you can only imagine We threw every resource at this, and what we discovered along the way is, as probably many of you have had to deal with this, is mental illness requires a unique treatment plan for every individual. It's not a predictable like primary care. So it takes, the chemistry of the brain works so fundamentally differently. So it can be a combination of meds, it can be a combination of inpatient, outpatient, a combination of everything, and a lot of it is still in early stage, so it takes a great deal to actually get somebody stabilized. And it took her about a year, but it was a tremendous personal and family crisis. And along the journey of running for the last 10 months, I've had the pleasure of going around the state of Colorado. I've been to 59 counties. We've done well over 300 events. Just yesterday, I was in Cortez, Colorado, and somebody was telling me they had a large deductible. Matter of fact, about 40% of Coloradans today have insurance, but such a large deductible, they can't meet their deductibles. It's as if they have no insurance at all. That's why I think it's so critical that we need to have transparency in pricing. So what exactly does that mean? That means that if you go to any service provider, any hospital, anywhere that provides medical services, they have to provide you exactly what their cash prices are and exactly what their insurance prices are. We were just in Rocky Ford. I don't know if many of you have been to Rocky Ford. It's the cantaloupe capital of Colorado. I met a wonderful family there, and they said to me after the event, they said, I'm very interested in your nurse practitioner clinic, but they said we have an $11,000 deductible, and my husband needs to get an MRI done. We only have one rural hospital in our community, and it's $2,500. We don't have the cash to do it. My wife and I literally got on the phone the next day, and we called Dry Creek Imaging right up the street from here in Englewood. They did the identical procedure for $600. That's the power of transparency and pricing. And we have to start putting people first. Somehow the pharmaceutical companies and the hospitals and the insurance providers have run roughshod over the whole way we deliver care today.
Well, I have been through the prolonged illness and death of both of my parents, and I imagine there are a number of you in this room who've had that same bittersweet experience of taking care of your mom and dad and being with them in those final poignant days. I feel very fortunate that I got to do that. But this all happened in rural southern Missouri. And I was living at a distance. And so was my older sister, my only sibling. She's in Seattle, and I was here in Denver. And so we did our best to help manage our parents' health care in this small town where, in spite of the efforts to build a very nice hospital, to attract specialists and good health care providers, there were a number of weaknesses and flaws in how care was delivered. And we had an especially difficult time finding home health providers whom we felt comfortable with and could trust, who had the skill level to keep both of our parents at home, and that was very important to us. My sister and I would get on the phone regularly, and we would say, if only we could get mom to come to Denver, or if dad would move to Seattle, we could take really good care of them because we live in these meccas of healthcare, and there would be so many options. But so many people, like my parents, don't want to leave the place where they have lived and built those bonds and feel at home and where their friends are. And I am struck by this when I am out visiting outside the Front Range, and some in the Front Range as well, that people who are trying to deal with end-of-life issues and with that palliative care that is so important to being able to share those final days and have them be comfortable, don't always have the options or the luxuries of choices, and may have only one option. So it is very significant to me that we all work together to provide both affordable and accessible care all over the state. I don't have to tell any of you about the disparities that we see in different parts of the state, the haves and the have-nots of healthcare in Colorado, and that is something that for me is a great priority, and I hope I can do in memory of my wonderful parents.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing those stories. It's not surprising that in the telling of any of those incidents, you're touching on policy and issues that we've all been grappling with. Transparency of prices, inequities in access, and then price variability around the state. So let's dive in now to some of those specifics. And if I could ask you each to, obviously we can acknowledge the problem, but I really want to hear about policy direction as your colleagues in the legislature work to bring forth bills, you know, and you see the solutions. Where is your mind really at on particular solutions? And conversely, what do you think may not work? So let's talk a little bit about the paradox in Colorado, which CHI has done a great job of pointing out. We happen to be among the healthiest states in the country, yet we have among the highest insurance premiums, especially in counties that even show up as the healthiest state. It can be a head scratcher. We can also point to a lot of reasons for that. I'd like to hear from you on why you think that is, but more specifically, what can be done about it. And we'll start this time from the opposite end.
Okay.
Oh. So obviously a problem that we have grappled with for decades in Colorado. I remember when I was at the Department of Public Health and Environment in the late 1990s and early 2000s. Hi, Gail Finley-Rary, who was there at the same time. And we talked about this then and how we could bridge the gap and provide more affordable health care. And I applaud our legislators in the audience and those who have come and gone before for attempting a lot of different solutions to this problem. I heard discussion yesterday when I was listening to the live stream, and we were talking about the approved hike in healthcare premiums, an average of 27%, but in Western Colorado up to 37%. And we see that for private providers. We see the same issue when Medicaid is looking for providers for its system. I think there are solutions from other states that you may have discussed them and thought that some were good and some were not so good. And I think that's important to draw on the experience we have, the discussions that we've had, what we know works and doesn't work. There is a program in the state of Maryland which has cost limits for certain healthcare procedures. I think that is an interesting thing for us to consider. I think obviously increasing transparency about costs is something that we can do that is not particularly difficult, although it may be kind of uncomfortable to get used to, but I think it would help, and it would help people be good consumers. If we can look at the McDonald's menu and know how many calories are in the salad and are in the quarter pounder, I think it'd be a good thing if we could find out how much the price is for what we're paying for healthcare. I think there are important conversations to be had at the local level about what people have observed and what they want to meet their specific needs. I have learned from being a statewide elected official that it is dangerous to assume that you know what the problem is. And even more risky to think that you at the state level or in Denver know the solution that will work for every community. I have appreciated the fact that healthcare policy and financing is looking at ways to treat communities and individuals differently because there are different norms in different parts of the state. And I think that sensitivity to what is happening in communities and with healthcare and listening, really listening to those responses is very important. We're great at the state at having task forces and putting together stakeholder meetings, and they can be very productive, but I have notebooks full of material that never got used. And I think we need to resurrect some of the best ideas and also look to our fellow states and say, what's working for you? And look at reproducing some of those great ideas in Colorado, where we are very fortunate to be a healthy state.
Okay, so we heard caps was one idea, which might have an ideological difference depending on what party you are and your views of regulation. We heard price transparency. Anything different, and if you agree with those, you can say, I'm for that too, but what I really feel is this.
Well, I think about the Affordable Care Act as follows. There really was 3 big winners if you look back over the last 8 years. And those 3 big winners are the pharmaceutical companies, have done extremely well. In fact, Americans are subsidizing the world's best medicines. Make no mistake about it. Think about how dumb this is. We basically are paying 10, 20, 30 times the cost for critical medicines. And then the pharmaceutical companies, these are American companies, are turning around and selling the Canadians and the French, the British, the Germans, the identical medicines for 5, 10 cents on the dollar. I mean, it's absolute madness. So make no mistake about it, when the Affordable Care Act was passed, this was a key constituency, a key stakeholder, and they were bought in. The other 2 big winners have been the hospitals have done very well under the Affordable Care Act. And the third big winner, does anybody know who the third big winner has been? That would be the insurance industry. They've actually doubled their profits. They've gone from $8 billion as an industry. I think last year it was north of $17 billion. So what is my plan? A lot of things dealing around healthcare is dealt with at the federal level. So as governor, what can I do? Well, what we can do, my plan is to get us out of the exchange, get us out of the Medicaid expansion, which has been about a $650 million expansion. And what we're going to do is we're going to provide entrepreneurial block grants to nurse practitioner clinics, to physician assistant clinics, to mental health clinics. And the way it would work is they would submit a plan to the state of Colorado, and they would show exactly what types of services they would be provided, full transparency in pricing. And the state would then, if it was approved, would subsidize up to 50% of their annual budget. The other 50% would be basically either through donations or through fees. The health wagon that I briefly talked about earlier in Southern Virginia is probably the most efficient primary care provider in the country. This past year, they serviced 25,000 people on a $1.5 million budget. They charge $10 per visit. They charge $4 for a prescription drug voucher. They get more than half of their funding from the state, the rest from private donations. I can tell you that the quality of their primary care is second to none. They've gotten rid of the whole insurance model, because so much of primary care is actually quite predictable and quite efficient, can be done. Most of the procedures, whether it's pap smears or colonoscopies or mammograms or MRIs, PET scans, these are fairly predictable procedures. They've also been able to do it where they've basically become vertically integrated. I've been around the whole state, and I visited 2 major Medicaid clinics, one in Delta and one here on East Colfax, to compare to what the health wagon is able to do in Southern Virginia to what we're currently paying for Medicaid. They're exactly 8 times more expensive. It costs the health wagon about $60 all in to see a patient. It costs our Medicaid clinics are about $480 all in to receive a patient. So we have to start thinking about things very differently. We are the healthiest state in the country. High quality primary care should be accessible without the need for insurance. We should get insurance back for its exactly purpose, for emergency care, specialty, long-term illness. But we should not be using insurance for primary care unless somebody wants to pay a premium to do that.
Okay. So I heard the question primarily about the cost of insurance, which is too high and way too high. I have a personal experience with this. After I left my job to run for office earlier this year, 6 weeks later, I get the COBRA letter in the mail. And so my insurance for my family is $1,900 a month, $23,000 a year for me, and I'm pretty healthy and so on. So as I've thought about, fundamentally the cost of healthcare is too high, and that's a whole other conversation. Maybe we'll have time, maybe we won't. But on the insurance side, I think there are some absolutely specific reforms that we can make where Colorado can be a leader and an example to other states. And they are as follows. I'm going to give you 5 of them. 1, expand the flexibility of health savings accounts. Higher contribution limits and allow them to pay premiums. So I am a big believer. When I had my company, we had HSAs for all our employees and high deductible plans. That seemed to work well. It put them in the position of being consumers of their own care. 2, encourage and allow more reinsurance options. I think that's a model that has worked well in other places. We could do that more in Colorado. 3, encourage and allow for the expansion of insurance pools across state lines. I think that's something that merits looking into. 4, give insurers more flexibility to reduce some of the required covered benefits. And 5, provide flexibility for reduced premiums for promised healthy behavior. So in summary, I think more choices and more competition will lead to better satisfaction and lower costs.
Thank you. So lots of ideas. Let's stay on the insurance premiums one for a moment. Obviously, we know, depending on where you live and depending on the level of competition, whether you have more than one hospital, only one plan that you can pick, or no plan available in your county, you have a different prospect of paying. A single geographic rate has been floated, and whether or not that's fair, whether or not that would be good for everyone.
Statewide?
Yes, statewide. Would you be in favor of something like that, any of you, or what would you think the pitfalls of that would be?
You want to go first? It doesn't matter to me.
Go ahead.
Like I said, you guys, I'll go first. I don't think that would be a good idea because I don't think it would ultimately work. I think you have to have much more competition in the marketplace. I can tell you on many of our, for example, in Southwest Colorado, premiums I think are up 37% over the last year. And in Douglas County, where I live, I think they're up around 20% in the last year. We have to start getting to what's really driving all of these expenses. And having a fixed price across the whole state, I think, would chill competition. There's fundamental issues, health challenges that are unique in rural communities, in Western Slope communities, in Eastern Plain communities, in urban, suburban centers that are different. And they can't be done in a one-size-fits-all. We've seen how that works coming out of DC with the Affordable Care Act. Colorado's health challenges, frankly, are very, very different than go to states like South Carolina or Texas, where they have big issues with diabetes and obesity. We generally don't have those issues here. We have a much younger, much healthier. We have those issues, of course, but not in the extremes that these other states do. So I think we need to have health care that actually works for people. But the biggest challenge we face is dealing with the 40% of Coloradans that have health insurance, but basically just can't meet their deductibles and are basically, as if they have no insurance at all, not accessing, affordable, high-quality primary care. If we could deal with that effectively, I think we can get where we need to be.
So I think it's an interesting idea. Haven't really thought of it before, but I think you'd have to have a statewide pool of people in the pool, and if you could do that, and have one price, I think it's worth looking at. I think that might actually bring competition to allow people to, on a statewide basis, think of how many more people would be in that pool. And I think that actually might lower costs, not for all, some would go up, but I think it's worth looking at. I think it's an interesting idea.
I think this one's worth exploring, and I applaud Senator Rankin and Representative Hamner for looking at this and in terms of a legislative proposal in this next session. I think we know, the facts show that if we had one geographical rate, that premiums would go down by at least 20%. That is significant. And I realize that there's some folks probably in Denver in the Front Range who disagree because their premiums might go up, while premiums in other parts of the state would go down, and that is the point. Whether it is the solution, I think we have to explore. I think we have to debate it in the legislative session. I think we have to hear testimony from people who have delved into this and looked at the data and the analytics of what the results of this would be. But I applaud creativity in any form when it comes to dealing with issues of affordability of healthcare in Colorado.
Okay. We could probably spend hours going down this rabbit trail even further, and the reporter and me wants to do that, but we're going to.
Can we talk about Medicaid?
We're going to make little segues. The opioid crisis, I do want to touch on that because that's something that's been nationally talked about, and we've got a lot of data yesterday about how terrible it's gotten here in Colorado. Again, policy solutions are part of that. There are a lot of other factors that play into that, including access to adequate mental health and behavioral health treatment. From your perspectives, is that a top priority going into the next legislative cycle, and what would you encourage our lawmakers to look at in terms of top solutions?
This is something that we've been looking at in the Attorney General's office for several years, and as the AG, I chair the State Substance Abuse Trend and Response Task Force. It used to be the Meth task force, and then we decided we had solved problems with methamphetamine in the state. And so the legislature, and I appreciate this, broadened the scope of what our substance abuse task force deals with it. We are driven by the numbers and the trends, and we respond to those with a multidisciplinary team. It's law enforcement, healthcare providers, social service workers, representatives of nonprofits. They're exceptional meetings, and a lot of work on the opioid crisis has been done by our group and by the Consortium for Prescription Drug Abuse Prevention at the University of Colorado School of Pharmacy. We have created a heroin team to look at the trends and to look at prevention and treatment and recovery. We recently created a program called Recovery Ready Colorado to help communities be prepared for people coming out of treatment. How do we help people find jobs, reintegrate into a family that may have been broken as a result of the person's addiction? But one of the things that I think we have to continue to pursue is medication-assisted treatment. And I appreciate that the legislature is funding pilot programs for MAT. I think we are going to see more providers wanting to do this. I'm very hopeful, and I'm happy to talk to you if you're interested, because it does require daily supervision of patients. But this can be done by nurse practitioners and physician's assistants under the pilot, and I think that's an outstanding way to proceed. We are not close to a solution. My office has been giving out Narcan to first responders for the last year. We just gave it to all the canine dogs because they sniff the drugs, and they're at risk for that same sort of opioid overdose in a law enforcement setting. So we're trying to address the crisis. We're trying to keep people from dying, and we are. We have an antidote, but we don't have a solution. And we have to understand, there's a great study that has been done by this heroin subcommittee that is linked on our website for the Attorney General's office that surveyed 700 people who were in treatment at methadone clinics around Colorado and asked them to talk about how they get into drug abuse, how they happened to decide that they wanted to come clean, and what they see that looking like for them. It's going to take all of us. It's going to take a broad network. And we are not alone. There are great state solutions and things that other states are doing, and I've been picking and choosing those from other attorneys general. I would do that from other governors as well.
So I would say this is absolutely a crisis. We have an addiction problem in Colorado. Opioid, we're going to have over 1,000 deaths this year, probably. It's unbelievable. And we have a marijuana addiction problem as well. We absolutely have to address these, and I applaud Brittany Pedersen and the group that she has pulled together of our legislators to address this during the off session. A lot of their ideas, I think, are absolutely spot on, but I think we have to do more around upstream prevention. We have to. I was just with the Douglas County Police Department, and they're in the schools with an innovative program that is around drug prevention. DARE wasn't working. There's a new program that they're using. They've added on to it. It's interesting. Digital citizenship and how to have relationships one-on-one, which our kids need to hear as well. We have to do more about upstream prevention. I think we have to require the doctors, this is one disappointment coming out of this committee, to check the database. I know they say it takes too long, and you know what? I don't care. They need to check that database in terms of other prescription. And I think we need to look at some of the innovative pain management approaches that have been going on in our state. Kaiser has some therapies that are really working. We need to do more in encouraging those as well. So I think there's some things that we can do beyond what's currently being done to address these challenges.
Well, the opioid crisis is real. I don't think there would be any dispute about that, and it's just a horrible crisis. It is, I mean, it's really, we haven't seen a crisis like this in this country really since probably the AIDS epidemic in the 1980s. That's how bad this is. And what's so interesting about the opioid crisis is that the federal government really hasn't attacked this aggressively and thrown the resources that really is needed. In fact, they passed, I think President Obama just signed a pharmaceutical bill as shortly one of his major pieces of legislation that actually loosened the guidelines for many of the pharmaceutical distributors so they could get out more barbiturates and opioids and Vicodin and other of these types of medications, pain-killing medications. Why, though? Why is the opioid crisis happening, and why is it seems to be so perverse, or at least in my observation, mostly in our rural communities? Why is it hitting our rural communities so much harder than so many other communities, our more affluent communities? There's some affluent communities that are dealing with it as well seriously, but there's other communities, it seems to be, in our more economically challenged communities that are really being hurt. I think it has an issue to do with economic insecurity. I think that a lot of kids, we're graduating kids. 50% of our at-risk kids in our state, for example, graduate from a Colorado public high school, can't do college-level work. We're not teaching vocational trades in mostly all our Colorado public schools. So they're exiting high school, and they don't have a great amount of economic opportunities. Some of the kids are going on to college, some of them are not. Some of them are getting into things with bad influences, and it seems to be a problem. I'm not smart enough to tell you what the solution to this is. I think I would create a task force of some of the best and brightest, but I think the state should throw just about every resource we need to throw at this to get this under control.
Let's stay here a moment. We've talked about medical interventions. We've talked about prevention. We've talked about the importance of changing prescribing patterns. There was an ER doc here yesterday who actually encounters a lot of folks who have the addiction and come in and need treatment in the emergency room. And he talked about harm reduction and the concept of harm reduction. That is providing safe syringes and doing things that enable those who have the addiction and are dependent on it to live safer lives. What would you say to a community that's very uncomfortable with the concept of a needle exchange program? If a community says that's really just out of my comfort zone, is that something that you would encourage them to open their minds to, or does that need more exploration?
I think it needs more exploration. I think certain communities that may, if they come together and say, we want to do this, looks like Denver's going to do that, and I think as a governor you say, okay, you go ahead, but I think there's a lot of communities around our state that are not ready for that yet, and you have to support those communities as well. So I think we need to look at it in a pilot program, see if it really is effective in terms of the difference that it's making, and absolutely harm reduction is important. But I'm not ready to say statewide we're going to have free places where you can inject heroin and in a supervised manner. I'm not there yet.
I would agree with Doug as well. I mean, I think that I'm a very data-driven person. I want to see the data, and I want to really understand it. There's obviously what we're talking about is creating another Netherlands, which is doing this right now, and they'll argue, well, we have much lower rates of addiction and what have you. Well, Netherlands is not America. We have very fundamental differences in our society, in our culture, in our value system than they do. But I do think it should be at least looked at, and if we can find a community that will embrace this and work effectively as an incubator, and we can scientifically and create some empirical data to really show the efficacy of the program, then I would be open-minded to taking a look at that.
I think the data is dead bodies washing up in Cherry Creek. I think it's people found with needles in their arms on Colfax. I think it is dead children being buried by their parents because they've overdosed in their bedroom at age 15 when the parents didn't know there was a drug problem. We have data. We have a crisis. We have a public health crisis. And I think we have to look at every possible way that communities are comfortable with, and we have to give people flexibility to do things that are within the norms of their community, but we have to make sure that we don't have an outbreak of hepatitis C. We have to think about HIV/AIDS and a resurgence. We saw what happened in the state of Indiana last year with a cluster and an epidemic, or a cluster that was related to the opioid crisis. It can happen in Colorado, and with the numbers that we have of people who are using injectable drugs, it will happen. And so I think we have to be realistic, and we may have to do some things that are not particularly palatable, but we can't let people continue to have shattered families and kids dying and never having the ability to explore their potential as Coloradans.
Thank you. All right, just a few minutes left. I'm going to take them with one more question, and it's going to be lightning round questions, so you can only say one word here, okay?
Good luck.
And not leaving the answering machine.
That's a
not
dangerous proposition with 3 people who are running for office.
It is going to be difficult, but I know you can have this discipline. It's a number, okay? When you look at healthcare going forward and in your candidacy and if you were to become governor, where does it rank? 1, 5, or 10?
2. I'm going to say growth is number 1. How do we deal with our growth? Right behind it. And
okay, you
really
violated the rule already.
is
Next.
Healthcare.
Number 1.
3.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time this morning and for sharing your opinions. Good job.
Colorado, we have a 3-minute stage mic turnaround. And during that time, I'd like to do a couple of things. One is to remind you that right after you leave this conference, you will have an evaluation form in your inbox. We would really appreciate if you would fill that out, give us some feedback, so that 2018 can be even better than 2017. Second of all, this is the last call for your bicycle raffle tickets. Ian is going to walk around, and please enter your raffle if you haven't done so already. And the last thing I would like to do is acknowledge the Colorado Health Institute, the entire team. We are 23 people strong. And I think that it takes every single one of our team members to make this conference a success. So please help me in a round of applause for the CHI team. And while it takes an entire team or an entire village, it's also very helpful to have some mayors who are actually telling you what to do, where to show up, things like that. So I would like to acknowledge 3 people. First of all, Allie Morgan is in the room, and Allie's in the house. Allie is the big vision person behind this conference. She gets us, she's the big vision person and the agenda setting person. She lets every single of the 23 of us know where to be and what to do at each time, but she's also thinking about getting Elizabeth Rosenthal here and thinking about the governor's panel or the gubernatorial candidates panel. So, Allie, thank you very much. This couldn't have been done without you. The second person I would really like to acknowledge is my partner in crime in just about everything, Deb Gokin. She's at the back of the room. I asked her if she would introduce Elizabeth Rosenthal earlier today, and she's like, you know, Michelle, I'm going to leave the big room for you. And so but Deb is live streaming. She's in charge of our live streaming social media blogging and keeps us all honest about social media and everything else. And so the new innovations are Deb. And finally, I hope that all of you have noticed the stunning visual graphics, the humans of hot issues. And I hope that the charts, graphs, slides that you've seen you think they're as impressive as we do at CHI. And there is a wizard behind the curtain who makes all of that happen. And he's actually squatting right down here taking my photo. It's just really weird to acknowledge him. Brian's not a flowers kind of guy. He's a bourbon kind of guy. And so here you go. Thanks, Brian. But help me in thanking the entire CHI team. And I started by saying that this conference is The magic of this conference is all of you in this room. I really and truly believe that. Thank you for bringing the spirit, the open-mindedness, the ability and the willingness to listen to perspectives that aren't necessarily your own. So thank you all very much. I needed to talk for 5 minutes. How am I doing? Is everyone mic'd up? All right, we are good to go. Welcome to part 2.
Okay, our eager audience as we reassemble. Well, welcome everyone being here. You're following your colleagues on the Republican side who just had to sit up there and take some questions. Format is really not a debate format. We've got 45 minutes to go over getting your thoughts and perspectives about healthcare and policy and your leadership. And so I'll have several different questions. I'm not repeating all the same questions. So we'll have a couple that were similar. And then we'll get into the policy issues. But first, I'm going to introduce everyone. Quickly, we have Lieutenant Governor Donna Lind, who is here with us, businessman Noel Ginsburg, former State Senator Mike Johnston, and we have former State Treasurer Kerry Kennedy. So welcome all of our fearless leaders. Okay, so what I say are the ground rules is we have 45 minutes. We want to cover, there's one more of you up here than we had previously. We want to get a flavor of your thoughts about different policy issues, and generally, I'm going to talk a little bit about the divide that we have in the country in terms of political parties, but also different approaches. You know, we don't have a whole lot of time to go on and on, so as I told the previous panel, think about leaving a voicemail, and if it sounds like you're droning on, just cut that in half, and that'll be your answer. So that's our rule of thumb. So quickly, we will allow each of you to take a couple of minutes to start and just tell us what you think the #1 opportunity or #1 challenge is for the state of Colorado, and how that relates to how your leadership would address it. We'll start with you.
Great. Well, thank you. It's great to be here. And unfortunately, I think the #1 problem is holding on to what we already have. As you know, the repeated attempts to push back on the Affordable Care Act, the failure to extend CHIP are huge problems that we're facing. And quite frankly, as the Lieutenant Governor, I'm trying to deal with both pushing back on our delegation as well as coming up with solutions. But I know that's not the right answer because we need to go forward. And I think the #1 problem we've got to deal with is the cost of health care.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
You know, you can't address these issues without looking at both the opportunity and challenges. And certainly sometimes they're one and the same. So the opportunity is that in Colorado, we want all of our young people, all of our citizens to have health care. The challenge certainly starts with cost, as the Lieutenant Governor said. How we address cost has to be innovative, and we can't make those decisions in a silo. If we don't work with the providers, with the business community, with the payers, and understand how we can align our interests so that we can deal with costs in Colorado, that we can find ways to bend the cost curve, because currently Medicaid represents 33% of the state budget, and it's growing. So if you look 10 to 15 years from now, we're going to bankrupt the state. So if we don't deal with that challenge first, we really can't do anything else.
Already agreement among the family on the table. Yeah, I do think that the most important issue to address is cost statewide, and you find it whether you're talking to folks in the Western Slope who are paying $2,000 a month for healthcare, or you talk to people who are facing catastrophic costs they still can't cover. I think that is the biggest issue to solve, and one that the governor can take a role in solving. I think the 3 big things I'll be excited to talk more about as we talk today are, I think 1, you want to be able to guarantee choice. You want to make sure folks have access to choice among providers so you don't have monopoly markets that are driving up costs. I think second is you want to expand the opportunity for more and more value-based care. We know we're actually getting to a place where we're paying for outcomes and not paying for services. And I think the third is you want to make sure you have pricing transparency so folks actually know what the real out-of-pocket costs are to them and what the costs of those procedures are that they have, so they can have the chance to be informed consumers. I always tell the story that, I have had a sick dog for a while, so I've been going to the vet a fair amount. When you walk into the vet, they give you pretty clear options of what your procedures are and how much they cost. When I take my kids to the hospital, not nearly the same experience, and you wait till you get the surprise bill in the mail 2 months later. I think that's not a healthy way for you to run a healthcare system.
Thank you, and I just want to say thanks to all of you, to the Colorado Health Institute, for the work that you do every day to improve health outcomes for people in our state. You do extraordinary work. I would say the greatest opportunity for our state is we're one of the most innovative, forward-looking states in the country. We're looked to as a model. We have built one of the strongest economies in the country, and it gives us a great opportunity going forward. And the challenge we face is to make sure that our progress reaches everyone, because as we all know, there are a lot of people in our state who aren't benefiting from the great progress and success of our state. In healthcare, I agree with everyone here. The greatest challenge we faced is cost. We've done a remarkable job expanding coverage to people in our state, with 94% of the people in Colorado today have health insurance, but we are pricing far too many people out of the market. It is why I have called for offering a public health insurance option here in our state. I'll also add, I think education is one of the areas of great opportunity in our state. It doesn't make any sense that we have one of the top economies in the country and we rank at the bottom among states in the investment that we make in our schools. And I think we all understand that there's a really close relationship between educational outcomes and health outcomes. We've got half the school districts in this state now on a 4-day school week. And for a lot of kids going to school in our state, the only healthy meal they get is at the school. The only opportunities for athletics they get is through their school. And so making sure that we have those opportunities for all the kids growing up in our state to support healthy lifestyles and healthy outcomes.
Thank you. To be sure, cost, transparency, Medicaid expansion, those are all themes that I think we've been talking about for a day and a half. I think we all clearly see opportunity to fix things. The other thing I'm struck by is that 25 years ago, I wrote articles about the healthcare cost crisis in the U.S. We had an author this morning who's just written a book about the healthcare cost crisis in the U.S., so it's a Groundhog Day problem that continues to perplex us. We talked over the last couple days about the paradox in Colorado and how we're a healthy state, yet the costs here are incredibly high, particularly for counties that don't have a lot of competition, and for those who have to buy insurance on the exchange, and those premiums have skyrocketed. We have some ideas on the other side that may want to take away the exchange and do things differently, but given that the exchange, I would assume, would be here to stay, how do you address individual insurance premiums for families that are spending now 30% of their income just to have coverage?
Do you want me to start, or do you want to rotate it?
Let's rotate. Okay. We'll go this way, then we'll start in the middle and fan out.
So it's absolutely the right question to ask. I talked to a woman the other day. She's on the West Slope, and she said her family of 3, and they're healthy, spend $2,600 a month on their health care between their premiums and their out-of-pocket costs and their pharmaceutical costs. We've got 14 counties in this state where they only have one carrier offering health insurance in the private market. It is why I believe it is time, and the right solution to address this challenge is for the state of Colorado to offer a public health insurance buy-in program where anyone in our state would be able to buy into the state's Medicaid program or buy into either of the plans that we currently offer our state employees. With 1.4 million people on Medicaid in the state of Colorado, we have a great opportunity to negotiate affordable rates with providers, and we should pass that savings on to our consumers. It will guarantee access to people who are living in rural, particularly rural communities that are underserved, an affordable option, and help lower costs across the market statewide.
Thank you. So I think there are three major things that we can do to help fight this. The first is, yes, we have to guarantee choice. The second is you have to increase transparency. And I think and the third is you have to increase the incentives and the focus on value-based care, right? So we're moving away. And so I would say just a moment about each of those. First, on the guaranteeing choice, as Carrie said, I think what you see there are vast regions of the state right now where there are monopoly, where there's only one provider. And so I think two things I've looked at I think are important. One is, one thing the governor can do is you can focus on saying if you want to bid to cover state employees, one of the requirements is that if you're going to do that, you ought to cover insurance for all the regions of the state, because that's where state employees often tend to live. And that would take many of these markets that have monopoly providers from one provider to 2 or 3 or 4 providers overnight, which I think has a very strong impact. I think the second was, if you want to look at pricing transparency, you ought to have, both for consumers, out-of-pocket cost calculators. So when you go into your provider, you would know both what are the costs of the procedures I'm looking at, what are the costs that insurance are going to cover, and what are the costs that I'm going to be expected to cover, so that you can, both in advance of making those decisions, know the kind of places you might go to seek out providers that have the right plans for you, because I think that's critically important. And so I think you have both the choice, you have the transparency, and then, of course, how do you move away? Because the fundamental driver for the system around escalating costs is this system of paying for procedures rather than paying for actually outcomes and paying for value. So I think if you look at some of the PACE programs, what's compelling about their results is you take Medicaid patients, end-of-life patients, or some of the highest cost patients in the system, and rather than waiting for them to have catastrophic events and bring them into the ER, whether it's a broken hip or other issues, they're having nurses that are out visiting folks in their independent living homes where they are, which means they can preemptively say, are you taking your medicine? How's your blood pressure? Can you get it out of the bathtub without falling over? And those already are driving down costs of the system in a way that's allowing folks to still stay in their home and live with dignity in those places. So I think those three big focuses of guaranteeing choice, increasing pricing transparency, and making sure we push towards value-based care, I think helps drive down those costs.
So clearly some people, probably in the previous panel, think that we shouldn't have the exchange and we shouldn't have all people buying in to the system. And frankly, the basic rule of thumb is, in insurance, if you don't have a broad pool, you're not going to have the lowest costs. And certainly in Colorado, where we only have one insurance provider in a particular area, it's going to drive costs up. Now, you've heard some interesting and I think good ideas. At the same time, I think we have to look outside our borders of Colorado. In other words, as a governor, to reach out to California and other states and create an insurance market that is larger, that would enable us to compete and negotiate prices much more aggressively. And I believe if we do that, what we're really moving towards is, whether you want to call it Medicare for all or a public option allowing people to buy into the system, the truth is the costs are high, and the largest pool we can create, I think, ultimately is the best solution. And as governor, I would reach out to other states. Ultimately, what's happening in Washington, we can't affect. But what they're doing is dismantling the system that we have that moved us in the right direction. It will move hundreds of thousands of Coloradans off health care again and move us back in the state. So I think as a collective, we need to really work hard to create an insurance market that doesn't create only one choice. But ultimately, I think Medicare for all, or a system that serves all of this country in health care, you know, some people will debate whether it's a right. I think it's a value. I think in the richest country in the world, the fact that some people find themselves near bankruptcy, even now, if you have $26,000 that you're paying for health care, it's not sustainable. So we have to think outside of the box. I think partnering with other states to create a larger market can help enable us to do that.
So I'm going to be a little controversial because we like to get along, because we generally do, but I will tell you that many of the things that are being talked about have been tried and haven't succeeded. I lived through the last legislative session where we, in fact, proposed, along with several of our legislators, to allow people throughout the state to participate in the state employee benefit plan. It was defeated by the Republicans in the Senate. We had bills on transparency, both on pharma and hospitals, defeated by the Republicans in the Senate. So I do think we have to talk about not only what can the governor do, what can the House do, but having a Senate that actually is going to work in the best interests of the people that they represent. That's number one. I do like the education theme that Carrie mentioned, although it wasn't tied as directly to healthcare as I might want to do it. Because the truth is, the one person I have not heard talked about in the last couple of days, and I haven't been here, but I've heard some of the comments, is the patient. And I think patients own some of the accountability for what goes on in healthcare. And the fact that premiums are high in the mountain regions, or premiums are high in the exchange, first of all, only applies to, and I don't mean to diminish this, it's 175,000 people. But we're all mad because premiums are high for 5.5 million people, or that subset that actually have insurance. And a lot of that does have to do with having patient accountability. I will share with you a very brief story. I had a rotator cuff problem, and my doctor said there are 3 things we can do about that, and educated me about whether or not I should watch it, exercise, get a cortisone shot, or have surgery. That was in a system that many of you know where I don't think there were incentives for the doctors to do more. I contrast that with my husband, who I took to see an orthopedic surgeon. He described his condition, and the doctor recommended that he have surgery without talking about other alternatives. So I think having patient engagement, patient education is also going to be really, really important, because the reason why healthcare costs so much more is that we consume it. Mm-hmm. And absolutely, end of life is a serious issue that we need to talk about, and alternatives and improving palliative care and education about that. But again, very patient-oriented, very family-oriented, and I think we have to work on those issues, as well as providers, health insurance companies, pharmaceutical companies. I think everybody across the board has a role in how much healthcare costs, and we need really to address it. One last thing I just want to say about the mountain communities, because it's not just the mountain communities and those 14 counties. Healthcare is expensive pretty much everywhere in Colorado, from the San Luis Valley to the Western Slope to the Eastern Plains, and for those people outside of the Front Range, it's as much as 50% higher. It's partly about supply, but it's also about healthy lifestyles, and again, working with consumers to make sure that we can encourage those healthy lifestyles, as well as have access to care, I think is part of what I would do as governor.
Okay, thank you. Well, since this is sort of a friendly, let's see if we can shake things up a little bit here and get it livened up. You mentioned politics. We've been skirting around the issue of politics, but talked about it directly in terms of the divide and the divisiveness between the two parties, and how that makes it difficult to get things done. A divided legislature makes it difficult to get things done. As governor, you would play a role in trying to bridge the divide and encourage people to actually put forth policies that wouldn't be blocked if they were the right things to do. So let's start with the gentleman in the middle. We'll start with you, Mr. Ginsburg, first. How will your leadership help address that divide that truly across the country and in Colorado fairly seems so set that we can't get anything done?
Well, I think in a democracy, what we're beginning, it seems that we have forgotten, certainly in Washington, fortunately less so in Colorado, but your experience last year was a great example. It always went to the Kill Committee. And too many times, it's not about the issue, it's about the party. It's not about Colorado. It's about, whether we win. And throughout my life, I've been deeply civically engaged. I've chaired some of the largest nonprofits in Colorado. And what I learned is that to get things through, you have to listen to everyone. And just because you get elected as a Democratic governor doesn't mean that you don't walk across the aisle and work with people on both sides to come up with solutions that make sense, that we can all agree on. And yes, in a democracy, there is compromise, and we don't always get exactly what we want. But if the politics of division continues, and we take good ideas, which you were pursuing, and they end up in the Kill Committee, we're not moving this state forward. We're not addressing costs. We're not being honest. And so many times when I watch the television these days, and you hear thoughtful people say things that just make no sense. That is politics. And I think in this election, we should look to people, to leaders that have a history of being able, through their actions, not what they say they will do, but what they have actually done throughout their life, to make things happen. And in my case, I believe, as I think everybody on this panel believes, that education is the beginning of everything. And so if we live in a state where we fund education 41st out of 50 states, K-12, 48th out of 50 for higher ed, and then we say that education is going to be an important part of what we do, I think we're just lying to each other. So I think the only way you bridge this divide is be the type of leader that listens to everyone and tries to thread that needle in. Yes, it's harder, but it's certainly a lot better than just doing nothing, which is what happens when we present bills that would move this state forward and it just ends up on the floor.
Okay, so listening is important. What do you think you would bring with your leadership style that would help bridge the divide?
Oh, sorry, were you asking me
Yes,
or Noel?
sorry. Yeah, moving on, yes. Sorry.
I get to answer your follow-up question, Noel, on your behalf. Here's what I think Noel would do.
Well, I like him. So.
So I agree with Noel. I think the track record of doing this matters. You know, so I served in that Senate for 7 years, and I served in a divided legislature with a Republican-controlled Senate and a Republican-controlled House. And in those years, I was able to get 120 pieces of legislation passed and signed by the governor that I sponsored. More than 90% of them had Republican co-sponsors on them, and not things you'd expect to get folks on. Things like, can you fund the asset bill to allow undocumented kids to get access to in-state tuition? That had failed for 12 years in a row, never had a single Republican vote on it until we got it passed with Republican support. Things you wouldn't expect, like can you get, a conservative Republican state senator who might have supported Northern Colorado's attempt to secede from the rest of the state to be the one to back a prevention of racial profiling practices. Well, yeah, we did that. And so I think it is a matter of how do you build those relationships that identify the spaces where there are shared values, even on things that seem easy to disagree on, and then how do you cultivate the kind of relationships that allow you to find those areas of common ground and push them forward. So I think that's something I've spent a lot of the last 7 years doing. I think you can do it as governor even more powerfully, but I think those relationships and that commitment and the willingness to build coalitions across the aisle to get big things done are still possible. Colorado still feels very different from the way DC feels, and I think people in this country, and now especially in Colorado, what I feel when I drive around the state is folks who say, we really have an identity that Colorado doesn't feel like the rest of the country. And we still are a place where good people of different sides like to solve problems. And I think that is who we feel like we are, and the governor's got to lead in that way.
Thank you. So as state treasurer, you also played and worked with both sides. Do you think Colorado is different than the nation? We heard from a couple of folks this morning that the parties themselves, we actually have a four-party thing going on here where the Democrats don't know who they are, so you've got factions, and the Republicans don't know who they are, so you've got factions. So I'm just letting you know what folks were saying. How do you think, again, your leadership can bridge that divide, or do you think we're just a nicer, more coalesced group?
Yeah, I think we're a nicer group. You know, listen, there's a reason why Colorado's the leading economy in the country. There is a reason why we're an innovative, forward-looking state. There is a reason that we are enjoying success today, that the rest of the country is looking at Colorado and saying, you know, they're doing it right. And it is because we have leaders that look beyond party politics, that build relationships with one another, and that get things done. And certainly when I was state treasurer, just as Senator Johnston saw in the Senate, a lot of successful programs move forward in Colorado that have the support of Republican and Democratic leaders, because we know that we need to get those things done. And I think of the work that I did in creating a program that is rebuilding over 380 aging school buildings throughout rural Colorado, buildings where kids are going to school in classrooms with lead pipes and asbestos and mold. These buildings are crumbling, and we knew, Democrat and Republican, we knew that something needed to get done, and it's the leadership style of building a collaborative partnership. And where I see the most success here in Colorado is where we collaborate not just between parties, not just Democrat and Republican leaders, but we collaborate with business, with industry, with philanthropy, with academia, with all of you in this room. I can tell you the successes we have had in covering everybody or getting to 97.5% of children in this state covered with health insurance today. That was a huge collaborative success. I started my career helping start the Child Health Plan here in Colorado and helped pass the first tobacco tax that provided health insurance to tens of thousands of kids in our state. And I bet a lot of you in this room work for organizations that came together collaboratively, dozens and dozens of organizations, to make that a reality. That's the leadership that has made Colorado the most innovative and forward-looking state in the country.
So, I've been on the ground for 40 years in healthcare. I worked in a safety net hospital. I was an employer purchasing healthcare. I've worked in provider organizations and in health insurance organizations. The only thing I haven't done is I haven't worked in pharma, but I bought a lot of pharma. I shouldn't say I've consumed any pharma. And so I've seen firsthand, more so than any other candidate, probably any person in the state, all four sides of the healthcare conundrum. And I do think, and I feel that way about the Hospital Association, about even the health plans now in some respects. They think I'm their worst enemy. But I know how the business model works. I know how to fix it. That's what I would do as governor. I do think that the state has, in spite of the legislature right now, and there are many great friends, including Republicans, who worked hard with me on these bills in this last session. But when we couldn't get it done in the legislature, we did it ourselves. So what's the issue? Opioid addiction, opioid abuse. So when we couldn't get the legislature to pass a limit on opioids, which we all know half the states in the country have done, we did it ourselves through the Medicaid program. We will change the way state health insurance is bought from a cost and access and a quality perspective very shortly going into the next year. And those are the things that you can do as a strong governor, as an informed governor, because you don't always need the legislature. I would prefer to do it that way because things get codified. They're universal, but as you saw, a couple of things are now starting to happen that in fact were birthed in the last legislative session, from the Hospital Transparency Report, which I think is a great thing, to now 6 bills that have come out of the legislature, or proposed bills on that one particular issue of opioids. So sometimes you've got to go off the high dive. I'm a high diver. And be willing to take some of those risks, and then I think you can actually work collaboratively with all parts of the industry, and that would be my intention.
Okay. Well, like many things in Colorado, we're just better here. We're more bipartisan than we are nationally. I'm much more optimistic. Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about an issue that has not necessarily that level of bipartisanship, and that really is about Medicaid and Medicaid expansion. Obviously, we're a state that went all in. We've seen tremendous success with nearly 96% of Coloradans covered after this push forth. Now the Trump administration is outlining their vision, whether it is done directly through ACA repeal and replace, or what Michelle likes to call the stealth efforts that go on behind the scenes. The Republican panel talked about block grants this morning. If we do move in that direction, what is the flexibility we would have in the state of Colorado, and what flexibility would you encourage to help us keep so many folks that have gotten coverage and not lose that?
Where do you want to start?
We'll start
with you? Okay. Well, first of all, I think block grants are subterfuge for just cutting our Medicaid funding. That's pure and simple. That's what it is. So I think we will continue the work to push back on that, as we've been doing. I think there's 7 attempted repeals that the administration's pushed back on and continues to push back on. And I think, as you know, we have a bipartisan Kasich-Hickenlooper-Kasich bill that's not dealing with Medicaid, but that's dealing with insurance market reform. You know, the only thing that I like about block grants is the fact that we have to recognize that the social determinants of health, whether it's housing or transportation, play very much into how people get their health care. If you can't get to a doctor's office, or you're taking 2 buses, you're not going to be able to get health care. That's why there's flexibility in Medicaid now to provide for transportation. We haven't quite cracked the housing nut, although there are a few health plans that are trying to think about that. That is just huge. But even thinking about something as simple, and we've been doing a lot of work on broadband in our rural districts, so that we can keep people in their homes so that they can get health care, so you have broadband access. That's an important part. You don't have to travel to see a specialist. You don't even have to travel necessarily to see a behavioral health provider, which is harder and harder in places around this state. So I do think there are things, I'm hoping we just push back on block grants. There is some talk about 1332 waivers that we're looking at, but at the end of the day, this is just going to constrain us, and as you say, Christine, the accomplishments, not only in expanding the population, but if you look at the state's budget, Medicaid budget, we are actually leveling off the cost increases in Medicaid, and I think there's some more work to do. We are about to award our Regional Care Collaborative Part 2, which are called RAISE, and there's much more upside for the providers to save money. My hope is, I know the Republicans will continue to attack Medicaid. We're going to stand strong for it and demonstrate that we can, in fact, save money and try to push back on anything that's related to block grants, because 2 or 3 years from now, it is going to be a problem.
Anything different you would add or?
Well, that's a challenge, because I think you're pretty comprehensive in your answer. But I think what you were really speaking to is innovation. And what I've known, being in business in manufacturing for 38 years and trying to survive in a market where we had competition from overseas in Mexico, you had to be innovative. So whether that is deploying technology and broadband throughout the state so that people can do what you were saying, those are innovative ideas. Ensuring that we do preventative care rather than when you get really sick. I remember before there was CHIP, the young people that we sponsored through the I Have a Dream Foundation, when they got sick, they got really sick, and then they went to the emergency room. And I remember there was one weekend when one of our kids, it was a Sunday, said that he had an ingrown toenail that was really infected. And I made the mistake of telling him to go to an emergency room where he got a bill for $2,500. So innovation happened as a result of the ACA, because now Denver Health has clinics in some of our poorer neighborhoods so that there's access. And actually, they did that from the savings created from the fact that people aren't always getting really sick before they go get health care. So clearly, we have to fight back on what's happening in Washington. And I agree with Lieutenant Governor. Block grants are just subterfuge.
Senator Johnson.
Yeah, just 3 quick additions. I agree with Donna's point as well. To put that in context, some of the early proposals around the block grant cuts were about a some of the early proposals were about a $1.5 billion cut per year to Colorado's Medicaid allocation. If you put that in the context of the rest of the state budget, I chaired the Finance Committee in the Senate, so we had to oversee these. $1.5 billion a year is more than the entire budget of the Department of Higher Education and the Department of Corrections statewide in Colorado. So that would be, you'd have to close every single prison, every single college in the state to fill that big of a hole if you were to find it someplace else than healthcare. So massive impact. I also think that they're right that Colorado's Medicaid program has been a national source of pride and innovation. Actually, tremendous success is going on here, not just in the expansion, but in the quality of care. You look at particularly the expansion of the Accountable Care Collaborative, where you have more and more folks who are going into value-based care through our Medicaid program, which I think have been really positive. And so I think this is a place to protect and expand the work we're doing, not to shut it down. And then third and finally, Noel mentioned CHIP. I do think this is a powerful issue we have to fight on, which is not just to make sure you don't see kids in Colorado get cut off of the CHIP program, because that would be catastrophic. And we have to fight the federal government on that. But second is, I would say it doesn't go far enough. I would say actually we ought to make a commitment, and I would under the next administration, to say CHIP ought to cover every income eligible child in the state. And we ought to make sure we make that expansion so that if you are a 5 or 6 or 7-year-old child, you have access to health care in the same way we make sure you have access to schools regardless of your country of origin. So I think we want to not only protect the gains we've made on CHIP, we're going to have to go farther if we're going to keep kids healthy and safe.
Thank you. State Treasurer.
So the success that we've seen in expanding coverage almost universally in our state, with 94% of people today have health insurance, it's because of a great partnership that we've had with Washington. And that has involved the passage of the Child Health Plan, which covers over 75,000 kids in the state. It's the expansion in Medicaid, and it's the Affordable Care Act. And I think as governors, we need to work together to stand up against the efforts that are coming out of Washington to take us backwards. We don't want to go back to the days where 18 or 20% of the people in our state couldn't go see a doctor. That is not who we are. I will just share with you whether or not Washington block grants Medicaid or fails to continue funding for the Child Health Plan. For us to continue the progress that we have made here in Colorado, covering nearly everyone with health insurance, we are going to have to pass permanent TABOR reform. I'm the only candidate in this race that has taken on TABOR at the statewide ballot successfully twice, and as governor, I will lead the bipartisan coalition to permanently fix TABOR so that we can keep up with the demands of a growing economy, with the changing in our demographics of more elderly, and making sure that we can continue to provide the health care that the citizens in our state need. Half of the kids in Colorado today are on either Medicaid or CHIP. This becomes the most pressing issue for the next governor.
Thank you. All right, with a couple minutes left, lightning round question, okay? The panel before didn't follow the rules, so I'm going to take some time to tell you what the rules are.
Well, they talked about HSAs. That's definitely not in the rules.
A one-word answer. So the only rule is it's a one-word answer, and I'm going to tell you right now it can't be health care, okay? So let's talk about the budget, the 2018 Colorado state budget, and the fact that we have a surplus, $667 million. We have a growing economy, that helps. But we also have a lot of issues, and you touched on some of those, healthcare adjacent issues like mobility and like affordable housing, the opioid addiction we talked about. So going into the budget year, knowing there's a surplus, knowing, that's not always guaranteed, you have to pick one issue that you think is the other huge focus. It can't be health care. Start from this end.
Education.
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 Can I break the rule?
Yes, you may. We like rule breakers.
Education, and it's not a surplus. You can't talk about it that way. It is a reserve that we are required to have. And guess what? Happy days are here now. They're not going to be here now in the future. So we need a reserve.
Right. I agree with you. I came from Illinois. We don't deficit spend. So, all right. Well, let's give our candidates a huge round of applause. Thank you all.
Well done, my dear. Here we go.
Thank you all, and thanks. This is the conclusion of Hot Issues in Health 2017. We are at the end, and I have asked my very trustworthy colleague, Chrissy Esposito, to draw the bicycle raffle ticket. Okay, here you go. All right.
Rich Cimino.
Okay. Yep.
All right. The winner is Rich Cimino.
Congratulations. Box lunches on your way out. Enjoy the rest of the day. Happy holidays.